Okay, welcome to the Global Metaverse Fashion Innovator Roadshow. Today is a very exciting time that we have a 16 innovators in Metaverse Fashion in globally. And so we will cover nearly all aspects of Metaverse Fashion. So I will first let you know about what the schedule looks like. So I will share my screen first. So I hope you can see this schedule, right? So after my introduction, actually, that the first speaker is Jens. He's really fantastic designer. So he will share about his recent experience in London Fashion Week. And then after that, actually, we'll have in each section will be 15 minutes. So I only care about the start and end because we have so many speakers. So time is the key to do everything on time. So I only care about the starting and end. So I will let you know that each speakers can do anything during the 15 minutes, including Q&A, but you can do Q&A during the session or after the session, particularly using chat window. So I will let you know that when the time is on, then I will let you know that it's like around 14 minutes. Otherwise, that you can do whatever you spend your time in full 15 minutes. And next will be the Olska about the sustainable fashion brand, about Phygital fashion brand. And then we'll have our WEARSPACES and then innovation fashion brand, something like that. So you can look at it because I already share in the chat the whole schedule in a file, and I was posted in the chat, so you can look at it. I don't have a time to introduce everyone in here at this introduction. So particularly, we will hopefully have every speakers on time. Then we have a coffee break, and particularly during the coffee break, it's actually we have one entity actually cannot participate because of some time. It is too early. It's from Hong Kong. So Jens will represent this company and give a brief introduction about this fascinating, fantastic company in innovating in Metaverse fashion. And then we will keep going on until a certain time that I also need some time to rest because I have a dog. So I need my dog during this time. So fortunately, Juliana, she is my company's Silicon Valley managing partner. So she's very busy, but she will join to have me for an hour to like oversight these 3 sessions. And after this session, it will be because of some time difficulties. So these speakers provide the free roadshow recordings. So I will introduce their presentations through their recording they already share with me. So we'll be end around like hopefully less than 5, but hopefully within this time. So we'll have 16 innovators to present, and we have one more entity will be introduced, and then we have 3 and this morning actually that one speaker actually supposed to do in a live session. Unfortunately, he cannot make it in a live session, so he also share his recording. So I will think about for the flexibility of the time, that even if it is not for each speaker session, but if the speaker is available at the time, and then I will defer his recording presentation until the end, so we can save time for the live sessions. the recording is all keep time, right? So that's it. So you can share your screen. So I will stop. Oh, because this is the one actually that this is my like a complimentary that I work with this Dotty, and then they generate NFT for this members community. So usually that if you can mint, so I will share this link that you can mint. You redeem your like this Roadshow community membership NFTs. So I will give all speakers and then selected like 100 up to 100. These participants will have this one. The advantage, you will have a first. If you have never been in NFT, you will have it. This is mine. I have already have a full price here, and then you will be connected with other like these holders. So you will have a networking automatically in Web3. So if you want, then just let me know that you want this NFT, or otherwise I can be select whatever that in a like up to the 100 person then can mint this NFT. Okay, so without any delay, first I admit all the waiting now 13 people. Okay, so it's time. So Jens, you are the first. Why don't you start now?
Hello, everybody. Very nice of you, Alex, to organize this fantastic event and all these great people having talks today. So I will tell my story from analog designer to digital designer. It's happened over the last 20 years. And I will just share my screen. Once I've done that, then we can get up. So let me just get the full screen. Okay, so now it should be full screen. So my name is Jens Laugesen. I present the SENS project that I just did in London Fashion Week recently. And I'm very happy to tell my story from where I started in couture in Paris in the 2000s and coming to London and becoming a conceptual designer. And finally, recently, I have entered into the glitch world of the digital. So this is a quick overview of my career. You can see I'm like an older guy. So I had my scientific high school degree in the 80s. At science, I was actually going to study genetics. Then I was going to learn to sew. And from the sewing machine, I actually learned that the technology was really something I could shift my creativity. So instead of becoming a genetic designer, I decided to work with fashion. So you can see it from my career. I'll talk a little bit about it. It's like technology has really interwoven with my creativity from time to time. First, it led me to study couture in Paris with Jean-Marcel, and then fashion management at Institut de la Mode. And I got a career in Paris in fashion for like 4 or 5 years, where I extended from assistant designer to head of collection. But then I felt the fashion industry needed something new, and I did an MA at St. Martin's in London to kind of become a better designer, where I discovered a design philosophy, hybrid reconstruction, that was linked to 9/11, as I will show you a bit later. And that led to a career in London Fashion Week, where I closed down my brand just before the financial crash. And then I became a consultant. So for 10 years, I was a consultant working for big companies like Calvin Klein, LG in Korea, Net-a-Porter, amongst others. But alongside that, I have always been an academic, and I also worked in fashion films. So this is something I'll tell you about. And at the end, I'll tell you about how the pandemic, the isolation of the pandemic, inspired me to become creative again, and actually made me venture into the digital realm of the digital fashion. So when I went to St. Martin's to do my MA at St. Martin's, I set out to research what is in fashion after deconstruction. I was really interested into seeing, looking into like history of modernism, how evolution from modernism to postmodernism to the 2000s, what had happened then. During my MA there, I kind of did a lot of research and came up with a philosophy called hybrid reconstruction. And later in 2014, I looked into what was happening at the time, and I met the philosophies of metamodernism that really influenced my work. And this is kind of what has led me to where I am today in the world, trying to look into what fashion is and what it can be after deconstruction. So what really inspired me was the ideas of hybridization. It's a concept I found from architecture, where I looked into a UN studio and all these kind of abstract words, a lot of theory, a lot of visual research, a lot of digging in the archives of St. Martin's, going to the flea market, finding stuff, starch collars, tuxedo jackets, and then this poster to the right. That was really what coined my philosophy, is genetically modified. That reminded me of my beginning, wanting to become like the genetic designer, and then the hybrid reconstruct and the future. So it's kind of the keywords for me, telling me what it is I was going to do, and that became my philosophy. So this was just an overview of how I was like looking into researching the different times, from construction to deconstruction to what I call hybrid reconstruction. So it's the times of the 20th century. And I did a lot of research. Okay. I did a lot of visual research where I looked at images. This is what we do in art and design. We look at images and we kind of try to find analogies and differences between times and semantics. And I think this kind of visual research is really important to designers like myself. Another way I was kind of looking into deconstructing, reconstructing modernism. Whilst I was still deconstructing tailored garments and looking into these seam garments that I really found fascinating, it's a concept that I'm actually still continuing to developing today. I was also looking into architecture to the left and UN Studio, where I kind of come into like showing us the new concepts of like in architecture, like maybe strip, where you can kind of have a flat plane that can be looked in three-dimensional manners. And this kind of way of looking abstractly onto tailoring, classical tailoring, reconstructing it into new forms, observing it through the camera. Again, it was technology that made me see things differently. And then I really like to do this analog ways. So my work is always in between the analog and the digital, or the mechanical, or the by handmade. And I think this is really what is the combination of having both a scientific and a creative brain and mind, that I can both join theory, doing like a lot of theoretical research, but still think abstract with the research. And then, of course, we had the crash of 9/11 that really shifted my design thinking from very traditional designer to a deconstructed designer. I was actually developing films for my collection at Jessups in London, and I was thinking, this is the end of modernism as we know, this is the end of the world as we know. I mean, we are living through a time of shift anyway at this time. So I think these shifts that has been in the history of the world we live since 20 years has really, we're still in that post-deconstruction, post-ground zero time. And I think this time we're living with the pandemic and the wars we're currently living. It's still the same time in art history that would be looked upon like this, a time where things are being taken apart and they're being reconstructed. And then, so I came up with this philosophy that was hybrid reconstruction. And it's a person that developed design philosophy about morphing fragments from generic garments into one hybrid object in a seamless design process of reconstruction where the possibilities are endless. And I think this is what I really like about this endlessness of the process, of the method, that you can never predict what the outcome is, but that you're kind of led what the creativity directs you. And I think this is probably the same as engineers when they're working in looking for new ideas, or tech people. Creativity really leads us to new ideas. Just an example of my final collection, Ground Zero, it was called, from the IMRSIVE, that led me to do like 4 trilogies in London Fashion Week. So instead of working in the normal fashion formula of like 1 idea per season, I like to develop 1 idea over 3 collections. So it became like trilogies. So in 4 years' time, I developed 12 trilogies. Examples of some press I had in really important magazines like Vogue, ID, Flair, 10 magazine. And what I also did during my time with the brand, I did a lot of film collaborations, projects that I'll show you a little bit example of later. But really, these films helped me kind of form my design thinking. I did lots of exhibitions at important museums like Victoria and Albert, UCAD, Musée de la Mode in Paris, and Danish Design Center in Copenhagen. And the work was really, this is an example of an exhibition I had at the Louvre in Paris, where my collection in 2006 had like a space for itself. And I think this combination of the science fiction like neon lights and the classical building really is something that has influenced my design thinking since. A little overview of what I really love about UN Studio, this Dutch architect firm that really inspired me a lot with their thinking. So the difference between fashion designers and architects is the architects often spend a very long time theorizing before they're actually building any buildings, because it's a big investment. But I was really fascinated by the research they've done in the 90s. They've done this book called Move, where they were inspired by the image to the left that's called the Manimal. So it's a digitally combined image of a man and a human put together. And I love this idea of morphing identities together. And what they call the architecture of hybridization, the fluid merging of constituent parts into an endless variable whole. And I think this idea of morphing is really interesting because it's how you combine things. Combining things is, of course, not new. Hybrid design thing has been in art history since the 20th century. And the modernist thinkers have developed that over the years, combining objects like the surrealist work with exquisite corpse and really creating new images concepts from decutting and recutting images. In my own design thinking, you can see how I like to combine elements from shirts and t-shirts and dresses, and it becomes kind of what I call shirt, t-shirt, dresses. So it's just examples of how this hybrid design thinking in my work can also be solved like an inverted converse that I did for Ruben Sanderson in London, or like a hybrid aviators glamorous sunglass that I did in collaboration with Linda Farrow. Some examples of tuxedo jackets that has some sportswear details, combining elements from different origins into new identities. So the faith in chaos is really about that I think this hybrid reconstruction that can be perceived as an utopian, but I think it's really important that we try to have faith in the chaos we are surrounded by, because there is a purpose of what we are having around us, and it's really important. It's really important to be interested in what is happening around us and learning from these things that we are encountering. So my creative process is a lot of redeconstructing. So I'll just go quickly through here because I have a bit, maybe too many slides. I wanted to show you a film collaboration I did with Ignite in 2004. And this was really where I discovered the glitch. And for me, the glitch is really something that's designed by the machine, the VHS video. And I love the way that the machine, again, dictated the creativity outcome. And I think this is something that's really important for my design thinking ever since. So after 2008, when I closed down my brand, it was the financial crash. So that was probably a lucky thing that I had closed down the brand. I became a consultant. I worked for all these kind of very famous companies, including Calvin Klein, LG, Farrow, Linda Farrow, Bissini, Swarovski, Topshop, Apostrophe, ID, Vice Magazine, and Gucci. So it's brands that I've collaborated with over the years, and that has really been also part of my training as a designer. But leaving that aside, I want to go to 2018, where I started to get funding from the Danish Art Foundation. And at that time, I was still consulting and teaching, also in academia. But I thought that these kind of yearly bursaries that I was getting would promote me or push me to become like more conceptual and develop these yearly concept capsule collections and film video productions that were exhibited in London, Paris, and Copenhagen Fashion Weeks and around the world in fashion film festivals. So I just want to show you in these films that I've done during that trilogy how the idea of the glitch was developed in my visual design language. So this is an example how I like to work with analog video and mixing it in with static images. And I think this hybridization also of image formats is really important for the design process and the thinking. And I really like to find the mistakes in the technical side of images and design thinking. Find that these in-between images often create new images that are more interesting than images that are too clear, more poetic. Cutting the silhouette and garments reminds me of the time when I collaborated with Knights. The film. I also have done like lots of exhibition with these. This is an example of an exhibition I did in the gallery, and I like the fact that so this is an example of a competition I did at the outbreak of the pandemic. I collaborated with the digital portfolio platform called ArtSthread, and we came up with the idea to do a global design graduate show for graduates around the world. And it really was a way for me to look into how the digital can be an important tool for designers of today. And of course, it was inspired by the fact that the students wouldn't have any final year graduate shows. And it was really about that disruption and the fear that everybody was feeling. How can we turn that into a positive? And I think it's really important that when we are in a time of crisis, that we find positive in the world around us, and we create positive out of this negative world. So we had the pandemic happening. It was fearful for many people. In 2002, I worked on the Global Design Graduate Show. I started to look into digital. We worked a lot of Zoom, of course, and I had been made aware of Clo3D before the pandemic by a friend, and she had kind of shown me how it had become really performant. So during the pandemic, I also started like research on my archive project, and it kind of led me to do like a new design trilogy called High Recon. That later last year led to the MetaSense trilogy that I'll be presenting to you a little bit after this. So this is an example of, for instance, what I did with the generic SENS gallery space in London Fashion Week. I found this online gallery space and I thought, how can I make this look less classic? So I just blew up the pictures to the big walls, and you can see one of the pictures on the left is sticking out of the side, and I thought it was really interesting. But instead of having traditional images in a small format like in all museums, I just blew them up as big as I could. And again, I really like to disrupt any system that is in front of me, any platform, to make it look more interesting. So now we're coming to the MetaSense project that I would want to introduce you. So this is a project that came from the idea of looking into Clo3D as a design creative tool. And I was just interested in exploring how we could create something interesting with it as a design tool, not just as a rendering tool. So I reached out to artists around the world, and I found 4 amazing artists with whom I collaborated on this project. And together we worked like a fashion house. We worked online with digital fittings, and we had like weekly design brief meetings, and it came up with like this lineup, like you do in a normal house, fashion house collection. But we did digital garments, and it was a long process of coordinating between the 5 continents with the designers working in Australia, India, Europe, and USA. But I also collaborated with Virtual Shots, which is a fantastic Hong Kong-based design lab that I had known from before. And they were agreeing to come up with designing this virtual world that you can see in this space that I did here, with the gallery space, and you can see behind me, because I thought it was a good place to show the space that has been created to my ideas. So I wanted the experience to be much more positive. So it's a bit like a Himalayan post-pandemic medicinal space that I want to present you here. It is designed with touch, and the founder, Casey Mann, and asked if they would be collaborating with me trying to create this kind of immersive gallery space that we developed together. They said yes, so we collaborated on this virtual space. And then it took us like 2 months to develop. And they spent a lot of time with me, design sketches, really inspired by Studio and the way they mix and cut paste together. Images they find, they look like it's going to be an architecture. And it's the same thing I do to Metaverse, that it's mix like things, past things in the future. So the Recon is like the latest trilogy that I started last season. This film collaboration where I explored the glitch. And for this new digital installment, I was looking into how can I explore the aesthetic of the glitch, which is being developed over the years to film it's quite young. So we have loved this idea of the glitch, because it is this kind of makes people to see the video.
Jess?
Yeah.
Could you, because you actually, you passed 4 minutes more, but.
Okay. Let me just finish with the last slide I have. Wait, can I just. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you for listening to my story. It was a bit longer time than it was supposed to be. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have. I'm leaving my contact info for here and also leave it in the chat box. And I thank Alex for giving me the 4 extra minutes. I know I have a lot to say and I hope I didn't speak too fast, but I'm very happy to reach out to anybody. And if anybody's interested in collaborating for London Fashion Week in 2023, then I'm working on a new project, but I'll leave the messages in the chat box. Thank you very much for listening. And thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Jens. Okay, next is Olska. Are you there?
Yeah, hello, my name is Ida. And
yeah, you can start now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, beautiful.
Great. So I'm Ida and I'm representing Ecoolska brand here at Metaverse Fashion Summit. So first of all, I would like to greet everybody, and Alex, thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure. So can I share my screen?
Could you move?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So let me introduce our company. Like, we are Ecoolska. We are one of the first digital brand in the world. John, could you please mute yourself? I think John is not here.
I will mute all, then you can unmute.
Yeah, okay.
I mute all. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So we are one of the first phygital brand in the world. So what do? We basically create the synergy between physical world and digital world. And we create physical sportswear from sustainable, biodegradable, and innovative materials. And at the same time, we create digital twins for metaverses implemented to the mostly like Ready Play Me avatars, and you can use them in different kind of games and metaverses. So first of all, for the digital world, we have the following products. We create digital fashion outfits in high resolution, in high poly and in low poly. It doesn't matter for us. We create casual styles and also futuristic ones. I'll show you the examples just right here. So here is an example of our wearable implemented to the Decentralized and Sandbox soon, and it's already available at artisan.io. Then we also we create digital fashion shows, and we have already presented and premiered our 3 digital fashion shows. And we truly believe that digital fashion can solve the problem with overconsumption and overproduction, because you know that right now fashion industry is taking the 2nd place in polluting our planet after the oil industry. Around 92 million tons of textiles are sent to landfills. So we really want to ask everybody to try to change the situation and try to do their best in order to save our planet for future generation. And that's why we are like heading to the virtual world. It's still a beginning of the digital era, of course, and we're still at the beginning, but I would like to share you the story how we create digital fashion outfits. So first of all, in 2021, we decided to create physical upcycling collection from secondhand stores. We created around 20 physical looks outfit and sold it for charity, but we decided to prolong the life of our outfits and digitize the collection. So here you can see the example of our first digital fashion collection, Recycle Your Life, and it's available at DressX. And this is the design of our second digital fashion collection, Mamma Mia. It is also available at DressX, and it is also available as Phygital collection. So once a user buys NFT, he or she will receive a physical copy. That's kind of like we provide with those kind of thing. We provide an NFT with utility. We also create and produce digital fashion shows, as I said before, and I would like to share with you a small fragment from our digital fashion show. Here you can see it. So it's basically all of them are So everything that you see is created by us, and these mermaids are created as variable NFTs. They are already implemented to Decentralized. You can find our variable NFTs at Decentralized, and also you can watch the full show Under the Water dedicated to the algae and seaweed part in the essential part of seaweed in our planet well-being. We have also collaborated with Fortnite and created collectible cards and customized the avatars and skins for players in Fortnite. And we truly believe that Metaverse is our future and inevitable part of our lives. And what do we have for Metaverse as part of like digital fashion direction? We have our own 3D avatar who is created as our twin sister of our CEO. We also had a very funny project about pet variable NFT, and also we create variables. And about our 3D avatar, we do not only implement here for social media application, but we also create 3D dialects on YouTube, and we educate the new Generation Z, about the problems of our environment, about the future of fashion, about the sustainable fashion, and of course about digital fashion, because yet not everybody understands how to use and how to implement digital fashion to the real everyday life. Everything you see is created by us. We have our own team of 3D specialists. We partner with the most popular players on our market right now. And yeah, basically that's it about our Phygital brand. And if you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer in chat.
Thanks, Ida. Wow,
Thank you, Alex.
fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. Is it like I have seen your website several times, and then I look at your work, and then recently you have a lot of the work in Phygital fashion, right? So
yes, exactly.
in relation to, I also saw that you have some collaborators, some factory actually designing and produce the sustainable, like Phygital.
Yes. So we are based in Portugal, and we have our production in Portugal, and we sew only from, like, we have our active wear like yoga tops and yoga leggings, and we sew only from eco-certified sustainable fabrics like algae from seaweed. It's very breathable, it's very comfy, it's like with a silky touch material. So we sew the physical activewear for women right now, but soon for men as well. And at the same time, we create digital twins for the avatars with those looks.
Oh, fantastic. You know, like it's a sustainability, the key issue, especially environmental matters with the climate change. And particularly fashion industry is notorious, right? So
yeah,
I think that your like innovation is a key to the future, right? In sustainable, because we need to be care about our us, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah. Oh, you still have a 3 minutes more. Can have a live session or maybe after
Well,
that actually, yeah.
I'm finished. I will just be happy to share the link to our YouTube with our latest digital fashion show, Under the Water. As I said, dedicated to the algae essential part in our planet well-being. And everybody, if you will like to watch it, please, I will be very happy. So I'll share it in the group chat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, so next, the WEARSPACES that's like the rest like a game changer in the metaverse and IRL. Actually, the Julien cannot make in person today, so he sent to me a recording today. So I think that we have an option that I can play this recording now, or whether Ruben, are you there? Ruben, are you there? Okay, so he is missing. Then who is next? Because I want to save some live session time, so we have more time in case that some speaker need more time to present. Afroja, are you there? Can you do now? in your live session, if you don't mind?
Yeah, definitely. I can start.
Yeah.
And I'll take maybe less time comparing to others. So should I start?
Yeah, you can start. Yeah, you can have enough time.
Okay, no problem. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity, and it's really a great pleasure to join founders, creators, brands, and other fashion enthusiasts. And I think it's really a great change, a great revelation in the fashion industry. So I'm happy to be a part of it. And yeah, so first of all, I would like to introduce, is it too much noise here?
I will mute all, then you can unmute. Just a minute. Okay, then you can unmute now. Could you unmute, Afroja? You can unmute because yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm the founder CEO of NEOMODEST. We are based in London, UK. So initially, actually, I started with sustainable fashion. Then I worked on digital fashion, and finally, I'm working on AI-powered digital fashion, and we're actually at the very earliest stage, and we're actually going to offer phygital fashion for women of all social groups. And our designs are 100% AI created. And definitely we have to work on 3D fashion softwares like Cloud 3D, Marvelous Designer. So we are already working on it. And right now, actually, as I already mentioned, we are at the very earliest stage, and I'm working with my team. And I'm also raising startup funding at this moment. So hopefully there will be some great updates. And it's really great pleasure to take the initiative as we're the first ever inclusive startup, fashion startup in the Web3 Metaverse spaces. And our ultimate focus is to facilitate inclusion and sustainability, definitely, and women empowerment. So I think representation matters, and our ultimate goal is to ensure inclusive Web3, inclusive metaverse fashion. So this is how actually I started my brand, my startup, and my story was like I thought through my research, I thought the contemporary modest fashion consumers are actually modern, modified, and we have different tastes. We come from different backgrounds, but we have different tastes, and we actually want different types of modest fashion. So it's a huge market actually, and unfortunately, the ultimate problem in the fashion industry is still the big brands and the market are actually ignoring the demands of modest fashion consumers. And it's not that certain faith groups are actually consuming modest fashion. It's not like that. For example, if you see celebrities walking with long gowns, long sleeves, and loose fitting gowns or outfits. So these are also modest fashion. These are also modest clothing. So it's not that certain groups are actually modest fashion consumers. And from that perspective, I think it's actually all social groups who can be our consumers, our community. And I think as there are certain groups who love modest fashion, so we have to represent them and through our inclusive designs, we actually want to empower, we want to represent them. As a modest fashion consumer myself from London, so I actually find it's really hard to find the right clothing for me. So it's really difficult. There are all the big brands like streetwear brands or even luxury brands, designer brands, but unfortunately, it's really difficult to find the required clothing or accessories anyway. So this is what I actually thought to fill the gap in the industry. And I'm actually from I'm totally from legal background. By profession, I'm a lawyer, and hopefully I will also specialize in fashion to work on the legal aspects actually, because in Web3, Metaverse, NFT, so the digital asset, digital space, there is one core thing that is like identity and asset that is protected by the blockchain. So I think I will hopefully specialize in that areas also. So right now what we're doing actually, we're creating our designs 100% on AI, and I think it's more sustainable than clothes ready or any other fashion designing softwares or anything. And I believe AI will come with more opportunity and like more hopes, and definitely there will be some like pros and cons, but I think it will create more opportunities for designers, for brands, for creators, and it will be more sustainable. And I believe it will help us to be more inclusive when we design our items, our fashion items. So this is what I'm working right now, and I'm also working with my team. We are developing our site to launch, hopefully very soon we will launch actually. And yes, so we are actually working to launch our collection, Metaverse ready. As I already mentioned, we'll offer a Phygital collection. That means our collection will come both as digital and physical collection and a physical version, and they will come as NFTs as well. So in all the stages, actually, we are trying to be more sustainable, and our physical items will also be artisan made in UK, and they will be also made from sustainable fabrics. We're also doing some research on it, and I'm also taking help from experts from UK universities who are, from professors who are actually specialized in sustainable fashion. So yeah, I'm just engaging them to help me launch the sustainable collection. And definitely we have to focus on the community, on the audience, like what they want actually, and if they need sustainable fashion, like in the inclusive fashion collections. And yeah, this is what we're actually working on, just focusing on the needs of the community, of the audience. And hopefully we'll develop step by step, and it will come with more features, more innovative and sustainable features. And yeah, just I think through this initiative, I'll be able to encourage, inspire more brands or business owners, upcoming entrepreneurs who are actually trying to do something unique, more sustainable in the fashion industry. And recently I had some, like I was interviewed from USA, from UK universities, by students who are doing their like masters on fashion. So they found my project very interesting, as I'm working on like digital fashion, inclusive fashion, like metaverse fashion. So they're working on it actually. So I think I believe it will create more opportunities for designers, for creators, for brands, and all over the market actually. And if you have any question, you can ask me.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you save a lot of time. Okay, so is there any question to her? I think they did a fantastic topic. So if not, then because
I have a question.
Jens.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Afroja, I'm not sure if I say the name in the right way, but I think it's a really great presentation you did, and it's a great course. I just want to explain, I'm a fashion designer consultant, and I just left a message in the chat box also. I also work for a modest brand, fashion brand in Istanbul. Yeah. So and they're selling mainly in their own stores in Istanbul and Turkey, but also in GCE countries. And we are looking to sell internationally, but of course, I think it's a great market because it's really overlooked, like you said. Many of the existing luxury brands don't respect the culture. They don't understand the culture. They do a little bit of modest clothing because they feel they have to, because they're selling in these countries, but they don't really adapt to the culture with the sophistication of modernity, you know, and often it's quite luxurious or it's quite ostentatious. But there's not much very modern and contemporary fashion that fits this kind of consumer group. And I do think there's a trend around the world for modest clothing, not just for people from the Arabic culture, but in general, you know, a lot of women don't want to look sexy and have cleavage and be like a hourglass figure, to be like objectified like that. So I think there's a trend towards those kind of clothing, you know. So it's great that you're doing that. It would have been great to see what it is you're doing. Actually, do you have any designs or any website or anything to share yet, or is it still in the process of being made, the design side of it? Because I think it's always good to see what the design looks like.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, actually, we have Twitter page and we have our site on Unstoppable Domains, as we are working actually on the collection, and hopefully we'll launch our website soon. But in the meantime, if anyone is interested to work with us, to collaborate or partner with us, you are most welcome to join our Telegram page. And very soon we are going to launch our Telegram group, so everyone can like advise or you know, interact, and we're like we'll welcome any kind of advice, any criticize, anything, so we can actually focus on the right products, and we can build the right products for the community. So I'll share the link here. I have my LinkedIn page as well. Yeah, I'll share the link in the chat, and just I'm just sharing the story and the vision. Just I want to be one of the key players in the metaverse of this space, digital fashion space, and even in the contemporary fashion space. Just my target is, as I mentioned already, I want to like facilitate inclusion, sustainability, and definitely women empowerment, because I think this is a sector like women are actually targeted just because of their fashion. So this is what I have been observing since my high school life, So still now there are different, you know, challenges for women from different backgrounds. For example, from a Muslim community. I myself am a Muslim, and I know there are different challenges just because of my hijab or just because of my modest clothing. But still, you can see the market, the trend is facilitating actually modest fashion. And so we have to think about that. It's $1 billion industry. It's just, you know, increasing. The demands are increasing, so it has like more potential. And recently I presented my pitch for startup funding. So my investors are also very impressed with the presentation, and they were very impressed with the like potentials of modest fashion. So I'm very interested to collaborate with other brands, creators, designers, and hopefully in the coming years, we'll also work on our own metaverse, fashion metaverse. So there will be lots of like features. So hopefully we can work on NFT collection, the like designer collection. So you are all most welcome to collaborate, to help me, and I'm also interested to work with all of you and learn from you, because I'm actually newcomer in the industry.
Thank you.
But
there is one more question. Anna,
yeah.
Do you have any question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I have actual question. And why I'm asking it, because I was in space yesterday with Bugatti that launching NFT project. The way they did it very smart was, you know, innovating material. I talked about my 3D build designs and my fashion experience in the industry and how I bring it right now with my 3D builds. You're welcome to contact me, by the way, like on LinkedIn, you know, like we can talk, you can just ask questions, you know, but my question is for you, how do you see this moving forward? Because you coming from somebody who actually builds, who actually, you know how to produce it, who actually understand the file format, versus those big companies who many of them trying to enter, you know, Web3 space, and what's end up happening, they do not understand what enterability actually means. They do not understand how the file will change, moving from the app to app or metaverse to metaverse, you know, and they're doing those a lot of technical mistakes, as well as fashion mistakes. So what is your tip for everybody, like of those companies, you know, and what is like you thinking will be moving forward? Will we see more actual builders and designers with the experience and technical knowledge, or it will be just like a consultation basis and they will do something that basically nobody will buy?
Yeah. This is a very crucial point, actually. So first of all, we have to educate our community. And I think the right educators, experts, designers who have expertise, who have experience in this, in the fashion industry, in the blockchain, or even in the like graphic designing and 3D designing. So I think we have to collaborate or work together, and we have to hire the right team to like get into the space. And right now there are different myths and, you know, confusion in the market, in the community. So I think the ultimate, like for me, our ultimate target is to focus on the community and to educate them through our marketing, community focused marketing, actually. And here designers and other developers, builders with the right skills play the key role, actually, because I can't do everything as a founder. I have to take help from my team, and at the same time I have to focus on the community. If they want my products, will they sell, actually? And that's why we need research. We need to like contact, communicate with our community. So I believe we will move forward, and we have no other option but to embrace this opportunity and this space, this you know, it's not trend, actually. I would say it's a revelation, and I think we have to embrace it, and we have to work on this together, and we have to collaborate, help each other, and I think that's the right way, as a brand, as a founder, as a builder.
Thanks. It's a great question and answer. Okay.
Thank you so much. I love that she mentions actually the community, because I feel like this is the main mistake of the big brands, trying to impose product placement versus actually learn what the community wants. And I think you are a girl in the right path.
Yeah.
Let me check whether the next speaker is available. If not, we have more time to discuss with Afroja. Okay, so Ruben, are you there? Ruben? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
sorry about that.
Okay, so let me check because we have like because we wanna there, so Afroja like do her presentation. before you.
Yep.
So I think that I will give some question to Afroja for specific, and then you can.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. So because it's a good opportunity because Afroja is a legal background. I'm also a New York State attorney and IP attorney in United States. I'm particularly familiar with the US law, but I'm not familiar with the UK and European law. But
Right.
if you think about, because for the metaverse fashion, one advantage you may know about, it's very difficult to have an IP protection, especially copyright law, under copyright law for the fashion, you know that? Because for example, United States, because the generally think about the fashion wear is a commodity. So they are more protect the consumers, right? So it's there is no much strong protection in design in the copyright law, right? So it's very difficult. But the fortunately, the beauty of the digital is that once you have like a physical fashion, but you turn into digital, and this digital creation can be protected without any like a 5-year copyright automatically. That's why it is beautiful. And then you have a copyright law, copyright protection over your digital garment or metaverse garment, whatever. Then you can use as a, like a, making as an NFT, and you can monetize, or you can licensing, whatever, right? And so you need to care about whether what kind of like your for example, counterfeit is very serious problem in fashion industry, but not much strong protection against the counterfeit. So maybe you can share in the chat window about your like your insight about this, the copyright law protection. And the other issue that I want to share with you and then discuss in the over the chat with other audience is that, because you mentioned about you create your fashion through AI, but I'm also a patent attorney. And then unfortunately in the United States, the AI created invention is not valid. In the USPTO does not recognize whether you create your digital fashion through the AI, it cannot be patented. So that there are a lot of the tools available. I'm also expertise in AI, and then there is a generative AI can generate a lot of the creative work. But unfortunately, it cannot be protected under the government law in the patent, copyright, whatever. So that may be the good topic you can initiate in the chat and then discuss with others about this kind of tool, legal matters related fashion, right?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, I'll share in the chat option relevant links. And I think this is the opportunity as a lawyer. And that's why I'm actually very interested to specialize in this like IP law. And I started IP law in my master's. It's very interesting. But I think from that time, comparing to that time, is more interesting now due to the revelation in NFTs, digital fashion, and now AI fashion. So, and recently I made some comments on your recent one of your recent posts that one company, Metaverse company, is from Korea. They are patenting their Metaverse service. So I really found it very interesting, and hopefully I will do more research. And very soon you will see me as a lawyer in this area as well, because I think we need more attention. We need more professionals in this space, because it's actually going to be huge. Because, for example, just for my own startup, this brand will drop different collections, and all will be produced by AI. Then they will be protected by blockchain. But there is still gap in the law. And so far as I know, I did a number of research on USA. As I have a podcast, actually, I host the Law and Justice podcast, where I actually discuss law, human rights. So I found there is huge like a problem in the USA criminal justice system, and overall the whole system is totally biased, and they're very weak. And even in UK, still, since we are still at the very early stage, I think we need to talk about these issues, and we need to put pressure on our lawmakers to develop these areas of law. So hopefully I'll work on these, and I'll share my insights, my research work, and in the chat box I will also share any relevant links if maybe it could be helpful for our community.
Thanks, Afroja. Well, great. I think that we can be a great discussion today and later, and mostly because I have a separate webinar about the topic about several weeks ago. So I have another network that actually the data expertise in European. There was no European lawyer, but actually the US and Canada and some.
Okay.
So maybe we can discuss later, and then maybe somebody have asked a question, and then we can go on in the chat. Okay, so Ruben.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now it's your turn that you can spend as much time you want, right? Because we have enough time now, so you can go ahead.
If there are more speakers waiting there, they can also start. I have no problem, but definitely I think I want to share a message that is I sometimes face when talking to the interviewers or other community members. They ask me, don't you think your values will be like different and maybe uncomfortable because everyone is creating like it's not modest fashion, it's creating like Western fashion, and you are the only one here. So don't you feel like uncomfortable? So I say one thing, that is, we are working here together, and they're working on their community, their target groups, and I'm working on my community. I'm working to represent their needs, their demands, and I'm trying to help them because they need these products. And as a person myself, I also feel the pain that I don't, even I have money, but I don't get the right products. And another problem is access. I think because fashion is, even luxury fashion is really more expensive, and maybe most of the like social groups who come from like middle class family or lower income, so they don't and they can't actually afford. So from that context, I actually plan to make it more accessible, because I believe £100 dress may be luxury for many of us, but £100 is not a luxury, is not a thing at all for the upper class who have more income. So I think luxury has different meaning. Even £20 dress could be luxury to many of us. So this is how it's relative. And since I have been actually observing the fashion industry since my kind of high school life, and I used to have a look on the latest magazine covers, magazines. So actually since that time, I have been nurturing my plan to own my own brand, fashion brand, and to do something unique, something different, and definitely to help women, because I felt, and still I feel, women are very much abused, objectified in every sphere of our life. Even if you see a single food promotional ads, you will see women model are being victimized, like they're being objectified. So I think fashion industry is one of the platforms, one of the industries that are actually using women as objects. So from that context, I actually wanted to do something for inclusive fashion, and I'm happy that I took this initiative to work on both physical, real world, and in the digital space. So I think other modest fashion founders, brands will follow me. And I already got, response from my partners and from my community. So hopefully there will be a huge change, and I think it's going to be a very positive change for everyone, to empower every community. And I always see this revolution as a great tool, as a great, platform for women empowerment. It's not just for fashion. It's not just for, just luxury. It will empower every social group if we can educate our community properly. And as there is a huge opportunity to work from home, to work on your own creation. So I think this is huge. This will change everything.
Okay, thank you.
And I think you are
Could
helping all of us.
Could you continue on the chat, because Ruben
Yes.
now waiting?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
Ruben,
Thank you so much.
please just start
Thank you,
now.
everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. So first of all, I wanted to congratulate the other speakers. A lot of interesting subjects were mentioned. I also wanted to thank you, Alex, for organizing this conference. A lot of interesting speakers, a lot of interesting people, so really good work. And now I'm going to talk about my company, Player One Labs, and the product that we're building, which is called IMRSIVE. I will just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen right now?
Yeah, good.
Perfect. So basically, what we're doing at IMRSIVE is we're building the no-code platform for the creation of immersive websites. What does it mean? Sorry. What does it mean? It means that I think that most of you know if you're in this conference right now, but right now, because customers want to shop in virtual spaces, and brands are ready to match these needs. What does it mean? It means that according to McKinsey in June 2022, 47% of the consumers want to shop physical or virtual goods in a virtual world. So as you were saying before, either phygital goods with digital goods or physical items. Right now, most of the marketers that were surveyed by Sidecore want to invest in the metaverse. So the metaverse is really a trendy subject, and those marketers want to create and build virtual worlds. And the metaverse market, the metaverse e-commerce market, is a huge opportunity. It's supposed to be a $2.6 trillion opportunity with the sale of either physical goods, digital goods that could be skin or digital fashion items. However, when you're looking at the metaverse industry, right now, the metaverse either have a very high loading speed, but a low quality, low poly quality, or they have very, very high quality, but take ages low. For example, if you were to render a metaverse on Unreal Engine 5, which is the top-notch rendering engine created by Epic Games, it would take a very, very long time. And either you'd have to have a very, very strong computer, or you'd have to stream through cloud computing, which is very expensive and is not adapted to e-commerce. So that's what we're trying to do with immersive. We're trying to have the highest quality, the highest possible quality of virtual spaces, but that fits the needs of the brands on e-commerce, which is a fast loading time, a multi-device accessibility, an integration with their existing technological stack. For example, when you look at the e-commerce stack of a brand, that brand would either work with Shopify, WooCommerce, or any other kind of back office CMS. And if you want to integrate with that, you'd have to get the data from that. So you need either an SDK or some API key. At the same time, right now, when you look at the CMS market for e-commerce, no existing company wants to address the need of virtual spaces. For example, Shopify, which is currently the market leader and has 28% market share, doesn't have it in its technical roadmap, and the other metaverses don't have. And the other CMSs don't have it. And that's what we're trying to achieve and what we're trying to build with IMRSIVE. We're trying to build a tool that helps brands create 3D virtual spaces to sell products online, so either physical or digital goods, that offer customers a deeper sensorial experience. When you look at the market, it's a huge market opportunity. Right now, there are 2.1 billion e-shoppers worldwide and growing. The CMS market is a 17.5 opportunity. And there are 12 million active e-commerce websites. And so that's what we're trying to achieve with IMRSIVE, to build the keystone of the immersive internet by making the creation of virtual spaces as easy as that of 2D websites. And so that's what our product is. Right now, we already have an MVP that is fast. It loads within seconds. It's accessible. It works on any device, computer, phone, or tablets. It's easy to use with optimized gaming controls and UX, and it's low code. Right now, to create a space, it's less than an hour development. And yeah, that's basically it. Thanks everyone for listening. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Oh, fantastic. So are you, do you have any plan to offer to the public to use this platform? Do you have
Sorry?
Do you have any specific schedule to offer this for the general public?
Yes, so we're working with a brand in France that is the leader in sneaker reselling, and the first demo will be live on December 1st, so in 13 days. Oh. And the platform will normally, the SaaS platform will normally be live in either January or February.
Oh, January and February. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. Right, the platform is very useful. Right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Recently, I saw many type of the like a no-code platform in Metaverse, like a Metaverse building platform like that. But I think that there is specifically for the Metaverse fashion and then e-commerce. Is this the unique platform that can a lot of users waiting for it? So I think thank you for this kind of the innovation work in the Metaverse for fashion and e-commerce space.
Yeah,
oh, fantastic. Okay, so you can have your like a Q&A session now. Is there anyone to ask him?
When can we see a demo of the platform? Sorry. Marvin, yes, maybe what I could do is that I could show you, wait, no, the demo is not live right now, but feel free to send me a message and I'll be able to show you a demo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so to answer the question of Michelle, how do you envision that immersive will be used? So on the platform, we have 4 types of users. The first type of user would be the brand that wants to create an immersive experience. So the brand logs onto the platform and either chooses a space to create that experience, or it can choose an artist and create a custom-made experience with the artist. Then, once the brand has chosen the artist, there is the problem of the product. So either the brand already has its product modelized or wants to sell digital fashion and then can integrate the product in the space directly, or the brand would have to work with a product modeler for the product integration. Then, right now, you have the environment design of the space and you have the product. So it has to code using the immersive no-code platform, and you just put some points on the product, connect it to your e-commerce back office. So either WooCommerce, Shopify, or any other kind of e-commerce back office. And then you push the platform live, either on your new domain name or on the subdomain of your domain. So it could be, for example, immersive.the name of your brand.com.
Mm-hmm. So Ruben, if you share that whatever your like demo available, and then your schedule to open to the general public your no-code platform, just let me know. And we have like We have a 450 registered participants for this roadshow. So I can share that this good news for your demo, and you open to the general public to use this fascinating metaverse fashion platform is under no code. No code is very, very useful tool in it now.
Yeah. With regards to that, so it will be live on December 1st. So our first MVP space will be live on December 1st, and therefore I'll be able to share with you the link. And maybe what I can do is that I could send you a picture before it's live, like that your community would be the first one to get some sightings of the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. And John, so my LinkedIn is the following. And the link of the website is IMRSIVE, IMRSIVE.com.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so next, Alex. Excuse me?
Thank you so much, Alex, for everything.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ruben. Okay, so next is extended identity. I'm curious about what is the extended identity. Xing, are you there?
Hi.
Yeah, I've seen your like a metaverse fashion style face.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so you can have your presentation now.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for having me. It's my first time being like kind of like this session or like this kind of panel talk before. It's like, wow, this is amazing. Everybody is showing like this is so talented. So maybe if anyone's thinking we have the traditional to do collaboration or something else, it's just hit me up. Okay. So hi everyone. My name is Xing. You can just call me like Xing, like sing a song. And if you remember, and we are building a fashion brand called Extended Identity. And right now it's just purely a digital fashion brand. The reason why we are building the Extended Identity is because we are trying to get engaged with Metaverse and fashion together. Because we found Metaverse and fashion have the same functionality, and when they have social functional, culture and art, and also identity to self-express, so we try to bake these two together. And for personal reason, it's like I'm a big nerd. I used to purchase a lot of like video game skins, and I'm thinking as a traditional fashion background, I know there are gonna be amazing opportunity happening there. So our founder team, which have in 3 different parts. For myself, I used to be the luxury brand experience and some projection management experience. And our co-founder, Ziki, she is wanting about all the design and marketing and PR. And for Aria, who right now still studying at Harvard, but she had a good like experience in building augmented reality. So 3 of us using our name to build this brand together. And definitely we have some like advisor to teaching us in the Web3 and in the technology part, and also building a brand in the CRM, something like this. And I'm really proud of my team right now. Is like we do have a traditional fashion background, and at the same times, we still really engage into the Web3. And 80% of our team right now is a female and LGBTQ community. I think right now the best option if you want to do something a metaverse connected or young generation connected business is hiring a young generation. They can tell the feedback directly about they like your products or not, they don't like your products or not. So actually we're also learning from our team. And why we are a Web 2.5 brand and not like self-identify as a Web 3 brand is because we know our customer really well. And our products is focusing on building one garment and exist in the virtual reality, augmented reality, and social media and games. They definitely have a different functionality and utilities in there. But when we post everything in our social media and also trying to collaboration with some brands, we found out our target group is like extremely in the young generation ages. And this kind of generation, they have no idea about what exactly the Web3 is. And female can see is the leading part about our community. I'm thinking right now for them, especially for female, they have no idea some crypto it is at their age. And also they hard and refusing to memorize some 820 words password and also transfer their money to the bank they don't know. So we're trying to fix it, want to empowering let them understand what is Web3 it looks like. When we found out digital fashion is a really amazing way to approach them, they will say, okay, this is an NFT I want to buy. This is a thing I want to buy. So at EU and US market right now, we're trying to collaboration with a big reputation brand and names to doing something work together and let people know us. And for example, we have collaboration with a digital human IMA. It's a Japanese digital human influencer. And we're holding an NFT New York City offline event at New York. And this event was showing like the very young generation in the digital fashion, in the augmented reality, and I can see this in the real time. And also we have in collaboration with Meta to launching the project called the Queen of the Metaverse. And also for the brand, something like the Laugesen and Decentralized, we're offering them service to building digital fashion products. So this is a project where, so this is a project we're working with Meta. This is called the Phygital Fashion Project. This also we're learning from our customer, and I think Meta they are really engaged into they're definitely really engaged into Metaverse right now. And but the hardest part is like how to let the young generation accept it in a good way. Because being honestly, it's like VR headset is kind of hard to using it, and also augmented reality they're thinking they definitely always be free. So we are trying to connect the physical fashion and digital fashion together. I think the most amazing part in this project is like, first, it's easily to let young generation understand, okay, you are doing really cool stuff because it's fashion, everyone understand it. Second, I think the most important part about the metaverse is not just living in a digital world. It's more like the metaverse can be more benefit in a real world experience and empowering a real world experience. So that is exactly thing we want to do. We want to using the metaverse technology to benefit our real world life user experience. So like the fashion products. Also, we definitely do something in China, and we're Chinese, obviously. And we have been collaboration with Tencent, Little Red Book, and Mercedes to launching something like digital fashion products. I think the most interesting about launching products in China right now is that they don't call themselves as an NFT. They tell themselves as a digital collectibles. Actually, I prefer to be called digital collectibles than NFT a lot, because they are more like to normalize the digital collectibles. It's like every day, every people can enjoy a digital asset or digital products. They purchase digital products like purchase a bottle of water or something. If you're like I mean, Holy or something makes NFT not really approachable to your customer. It's made them really, really hard to enjoy your products and really, really hard to enjoy the metaverse. And which is really important for us, that is like it made them hard to using their products, using your products, and made them hard to empowering their user experience. So that exactly the same thing we are doing right now is focusing on phygital fashion. This is a project where collaboration with Tencent and Little Red Book and building something what we call phygital fashion. We're still using the augmented reality and enhancing the experience with a digital fashion together, a physical fashion together. Right now, we already sold a lot of NFTs and have good connections, social media exposure, and medias. I really appreciate for what we have done in these past years. But what we really want to share with everybody is about our user. I think this is the people who are really interested at. So our user is not purely crypto user. If our user, some like an amazing brand building a successful digital fashion like Artifact or Azuki, they are like basically 90% of their user is a crypto user. They're more boy side, like a boy, like their products they purchase from crypto or something like this. But our user is totally different. It's like half of users have never known crypto before. And most of them, as I always repeating say, is a female group. they always give us the feedback. It's like, I not thinking I purchase your products as an NFT. I purchase your products because I think your products can let me enjoy my life better and let me enjoy my social media, let me enjoy my like fashion experience, something like this. So that's the thing I'm really interested about is like, I think more the female side, when they purchase the NFT, they're more thinking about is this product can be more utilities and affect their life. Because what we all know, FTX is crashed and NFT market is right now is very, very fragile. Are we really trying to build in something in the crypto world and affect our normal user? Or it's just a digital asset, it's gone, it's not gone, it's there, it's not there. It doesn't affect their daily life at all. So what I really trying to say is like, we are really, really want to bring in them going to the metaverse, but the first option about our products must be let them enjoy their user experience in digital fashion and in fashion. So that's it. That is the extended identity. Thank you guys, and thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Fantastic. Wow. Your Phygital looks very fantastic, right? High quality graphics and yeah, it's animation. Okay, so Anna.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Any questions?
Mm-hmm. You can go ahead. Anna. Yeah. Oh, Anna, can you are mute? Can you unmute? Whether I can.
You can turn your mic on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
so
are
my
on,
question,
yeah, yep.
sir, yeah, my question to you is, do you usually use several 3D applications and render it at the end, or you prefer to actually put the structures and the type of material and transfer specific file pack to the next application? It's a technical question. What is your favorite method of work? And what do you think is most successful and fast method of working for 3D fashion?
Good questions. Yes, this is a really huge process in our company right now. It's like when we're seeing one product in augmented reality, virtual reality, and in the digital asset as a picture, they have 3 different software we're using right now. In augmented reality, we're using Unity. And in virtual reality, we're using still Unity, but another Unity. And for the in the pictures, we're using Cinema 4D and Octane. So this definitely is different process about textures process and something like this. But I think the good part is we are using a panel called BRP panel to working together. So every texture we are doing right now have the same normal and the texture we are doing. So if you're interested in the normalized texture stuff, you can search about BRP or BPR textures. Yeah. So that will be easy and more efficiently let our different team, like in the VR, in the AR, and in the digitalized asset team to working together.
Thank you very much. And the last question is, what is your kind of company plan if you have for tokenized events or any events in the future and that you plan for the next year?
That's good. Right now, as you see, our project we are working on is we're more as a service to the big company. It's yeah, we are collaboration with Mercedes, but yeah, it's they don't think we are good to bring to the table something like this. Just being honestly, I think the next year our ultimate aim to more is focusing on our customer. I think yes, working with big brands and big companies definitely can have some benefit for your company and your reputation, something like this. But if you really want to try to empowering the female and LGBTQ community in the crypto world, you must focusing on building your own customer and your community, and also give them the products they want. So that is definitely our next year roadmap. And the second will be we will trying to build in some like Phygital products with some fashion brand, not like a tech brand or car brand. We want to collaboration with some fashion brand and really benefit about their user journey and to see what's gonna happening. So I can't tell you more because of the NDA, but if you're interested, you can just follow our LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, or anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please post the link in the chat if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
great questions. Okay, so you can go ahead. Any question to Xing, then yeah, you can go ahead in the chat. Okay, thanks, Xing. Okay, so next is a get. This is a fascinating topic. Actually, how you can generate from the like pictures or whatever in the real garment to the digital fashion. Oh, Pietro, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yep.
Sorry, it took me a while to shuffle the winners in my laptop. Let me share the screen so we can get started.
I'm really curious about your innovation. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I like a lot of the conversation that we had so far. They were very different angles. This one is I think probably an additional angle. We are a very technical team, so we are tech guys. So I'm gonna be speaking about some technical language as well. We're gonna go down to the details. So I hope it's gonna be of interest to everyone. Let me see if I can present this as well. So I'm gonna present first what we do at DeepGears. We want to bring virtual try-ons to the average online users. We believe that the online shopping experience is nothing but ideal, and it should be a lot easier. And virtual try-ons, the ability, the opportunity for users to see how garments fits on themselves has a tremendous potential, we think. And we have seen a lot of engagement in conversion increase and also reduction in returns. So it does also have an environmental aspect behind it. Of course, is nothing easy. It requires a lot of knowledge in the 3D space, in computer vision, computer graphics as well. And that's why it took us nearly 2 years in order to have a product that we're not embarrassed about. At first, we were of course not very happy at what we released, but by the time that we improved it, we are actually very happy now. So just to get started, some numbers at a glance of what we have achieved in order to break the ice here. So we have totaled a little bit more than 20,000 virtual try-ons. So these are basic garments that people try in our virtual fitting room. We basically embed these virtual fitting rooms on our clients' websites, and that's how the users find them. I'm going to show a couple of examples exactly how it works. We had 3,500 roughly monthly active users until last month. We are in touch at a very advanced stage, I would say, with 3 top 50 brands, which one of them already confirmed the launch for January. So we're very excited, and this is going to be a lot of work to do over Christmas for sure. And we have achieved some remarkable numbers from the first pilots that we have concluded. So first of all, the increase of conversion. So people tend to buy more the stuff that we present to them and the stuff that they can wear in 3D. We also experience a reduction in returns because the fact that they can get the right fitting and sizing is definitely helpful. But the thing that is all here, there's a typo, sorry, 24% will be the reduction in returns. The most striking thing was the engagement. So the time that people really spent on our virtual fitting room app. So this is just basically a screenshot of what it looks like. After a brief process that requires users to create their own avatar, we show how garments fit their avatar and in different sizes, and also with different views. We have both a set of 2D hyper quality renders as a view, or we render in real time on the user's phone or user's laptop, and we provide the 3D rotatable objects that can also be combined with heat maps. For instance, we're gonna see an example very quickly, actually, just now. This is a closer look at what it looks like. This is a pair of jeans that we digitized for Costas. Different sizes, sizes for both the waistband as well as the length. And then you can see a better sense of what it looks on you with our fit map that also has what we call a smart fit tag. So depending on the color, the tag changes and describes the fit map in one way or another. This is combined with our 3D reconstruction algorithm that actually gets, detects the measurements of your body. It gives an excellent demonstration of what can be done with your technology and how people can benefit from it. It's also something that, of course, can be projected to AR. It's quite easy. There are so many providers that can help with that once you have the 3D object fully done. And this is where we were basically standing about 2 or 3 months ago already, and gave us basically the thought of pushing the innovation further. So the full process until about 2 or 3 months ago, which is roughly still what we have today, was this one here. So we had the 3D reconstruction algorithm that, from a user video, it was basically getting the avatar down to the accurate measurements. The garment digitalization, it was taken care of completely manually, sketching stuff on Close 3D, making the sizes, making the garments from there. Then we have spent about a year working on our auto-fitting algorithm, which is something quite unique because it procedurally fits any garment on any avatar. We normally fit garments on thousands and thousands of avatars in order to make sure that we map all the population very well. And this can be done in less than 3 seconds for each. We don't do it in real time because 3 seconds we think is still too much for the normal user. It will be perceived as too long. So we do pre-compute everything in order for the user to find the final results ready for them. And then we have already done the rendering in the most optimal way, both in 2D and 3D. So this is an example of the 2D where we also put a mirror. If you use OpenGL technology, which is basically the technology that any software is using, such as Blender, Unity, Maya as well with Arnold, Houdini also has a renderer. So you can achieve some really high quality renders, and you can also put mirrors there that reflect lights in a very realistic way. So you combine all of these four, and then is basically what you get is DeepGears. We're very fanatic of this thing of making processes procedural, because the more we can automate, the more we can scale, and the more we can scale, the more we can make this accessible to anyone. Now that we have successfully cleared the auto-fitting part, which is by far the hardest so far. We spent 1 year on that only. It's time that we move to the garment digitization, which is a process where we are transitioning from a fully manual process of sketching stuff on Close 3D to a fully automated one, where from one picture you get the 3D asset, and we called it GAD, which is Garments Automated Digitization, and it's really yielding some good results. So this is what I would like to present today. Let me see. Yes. So what we need a 2D picture. This can be found on any website, on any marketplace. There are many of them that can provide you one. Zalando is as particularly common, is quite used to have this kind of pictures. From this picture, what we do is that we this, by the way, can also be submitted by a user. a normal user that wants to have his stuff digitized. It's not necessarily something that we find online. From this, we remove the background. There are many neural networks that can allow you to do that nowadays. It is a hard task, but it's been solved for many applications. You crop it, and then you start segmenting it. And you start, first of all, you need to understand what you're dealing with. So what kind of jumper you're dealing with. And again, here we need artificial intelligence to understand that in order to make sure that we know whether it's a hoodie, whether it's a high neck jumper, it's a t-shirt. I mean, what the heck is that? We need someone to tell us. And then after that, most of the process is actually about the extraction of the texture and making sure that any photo editing that is done fully procedurally. And this is stuff that normally you do with Photoshop very well, but with Photoshop it's manual. So that's a trick. So you need to basically do the same processes that you normally do on Photoshop fully via code, which is a little bit the tricky part. But if you can do that, so then in less than a minute you get what's on the right. So you get a 3D object that can be used for anything really. I mean, you can. I'm listing some applications here just off the top of my head. There are many more that we are exploring with some we're exploring with some partners as well, not just ourselves. But you could think of having a consumer app where we're developing an MVP for this, where you can digitize anything in 3D, and then you can basically have an app that is a sort of like style guide that allows the user to mix and match the garments with whatever is recommended, whatever best product is recommended, and is some sort of like fit assistance that suggests what garments to complete the look should be bought, and allows users to then proceed to the checkout. Can also be quite cool for the fitting solution. So this is something that is a little bit more advanced, and we're going to release in January. It's an advanced fitting tool that, in a bit of a funny way, with emoji that we think is very like social-like, is gonna give very detailed information on the strain and stress points of any garments on your body. Given the fact that we know what your body is, and we know what the garment is as well, and we have digitized it, we can combine the two, and we know everything between the two elements, right? So we know the differences between one 3D object and another, and then we can derive these heat maps, and also the commentary as well as I shown before. The third application is definitely the one like the more like metaverse like. We are discussing with Ready Player Me a partnership there, because once you digitize the garments, you just need to reduce the number of polygons, and then off you go. You can dress your Ready Player Me avatar, and then you can use it wherever you want with that. So that's something that is quite interesting as well, and we are evaluating this further with Ready Player Me. We are in touch also with Sandbox and Decentralized, but yeah, we don't have time to do all things at the same time. So we're still like a small company, so it's hard to do to split ourselves too much. But it's something that probably we're gonna start doing more seriously from January onwards. So going forward, definitely we need to improve stuff. So we definitely need to improve our machine learning algorithm for detection of the garments, and also expand to new categories. For now, we do only the top parts, and we do kind of like standard things like jumpers, sweatshirts, t-shirts, and stuff like this. We're not able to do like custom dresses and more weird stuff, because that's actually more challenging. We want to ask the user to submit any relevant detail that we might miss, like bucket sizes, zips, and this and that. That stuff is normally quite hard to get via computer vision. And our mantra is always like, as soon as you have something, you just put it out. You get feedback from the community. You get feedback from alpha users, and you keep improving it. We have launched the very first product that we had in December last year, and it was really bad. But we launched it anyway because we just wanted to get feedback even on the more simplest things. But this helped us a lot, and we actually grew a lot from there. So we want to keep doing the same. Last but not least is just a sense of who we are. So it's basically me and my co-founder Julio. we're focusing on different things. I'm more on the product and tech part, even though I don't have a technical background, I got very, very close to it. Julio is more our fashion guy. He has more than 5 years of experience in fashion and also in finance, even if it's not that useful. And Philip is helping us in that from the top, giving us what we need in terms of knowledge, especially for computer vision. He's a bit of the guru there. And that is it. I think it's I'm almost over time.
Oh, thanks, Pietro. Fantastic work. I think that the because the next topic is by the A form, is some overlap and complementary to your works, because they're working on the automatic fitting and then fitting to like a rendering to like any like a Metaverse platform you mentioned about like a Roblox, Sandbox, whatever. So I think that it'll be good to you both guys can collaborate, and then maybe we can have like a Q&A session for both of you will be better than just separately. So I think that I will go ahead next session first, and then we'll have like 2 sessions Q&A after that. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sejun, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thank you so much.
Pietro, could you like
sure
up your
screen
share?
Yeah.
Okay, Sejun, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. 1 second. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. And like, yeah, it's a very interesting ordering. I think as Alex mentioned, that we may have a lot of like complementary things that we can work together on. So without further ado, let me present you our company. We're called A-Form. Our slogan is Universal Digital Wearables. And our company's vision is basically like the A-Form means without form. And we actually believe that digital wearables should not be limited by their form. And we develop interoperable digital fashion across metaverses and in XR. And what this actually means is, so I think Pietro like talked most about how you can like simulate like physical clothing in the digital space. But we actually are more kind of like more in the digital space. And we think, you know, digital wearables, if they are like completely digital, it should actually be able to fit any kind of avatars, any body shape from just one creation. So we are actually developing the technology that would make universal digital wearables, which can be worn by any kind of avatars, any body shape. And let me like introduce that a little bit later. So we're a company founded by 2 founders. So I am Sejun, the co-founder and CEO of A-Form. And my background is actually like, we're also a very deeply technical team. My background is a PhD in computer science with focus on virtual reality from Carnegie Mellon University. And I'm an ex-Google senior software engineer. I used to work on fashion style recommendation for 3 years, and as well as virtual reality and some augmented reality apps within Google. I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is actually my second startup. And my co-founder, Mike, he's also from Carnegie Mellon University. He used to work in the traditional finance in a hedge fund as a software engineer. But interestingly, he also has background in fashion tech. He used to be engineer #1 at a fashion search engine startup called Jizzle. And we're actually trying to solve this problem in the digital fashion space. I think, you know, from everyone here, everyone's really interested in the potential of the digital fashion. And we also believe that it'll be really big. I think it's projected to become like 50, maybe even like 100 billion market in the next few years. And we actually think there are many roadblocks to getting there. And so one of them is utility for digital wearables. So I think this might actually be the biggest problem. So when creators want to sell the digital wearables, the buyers need to be able to do something with them, right? So they should be able to like wear the digital wearables in like some space, I think in the metaverse on the avatars that they want to, or use it in an AR setting, like wear it themselves. But I think enabling that utility actually has a lot of blockers. And because there is a lot of difficulty in creating alternate versions. So supporting wearables in different art styles can require recreating it from scratch. And there's the ecosystem is also very fragmented. There's a lot of blockchains and metaverses out there, all with different requirements. And the creators need to basically learn each requirement, adhere to all the technical requirements, and just do it themselves, right? And last but not least, all of this is very, very labor intensive, and most of this process that I described right now is done manually. And this is exactly the problem that we're trying to solve. We want to help the digital fashion market just take off, and we want to build the tech that enables all of this. So we basically are trying to enable utility for digital fashion through our technology. And let me dive a little bit deeper into our technology now. So the tech stack that we have is kind of overview, there's a diagram for this right here. So the input to our system is basically the 3D wearable itself. It could come in an NFT format, or it could just be like a 3D file, as well as the avatar that we're trying to fit these digital garments on. And through our automated conversion technology, we would resize and also fit it on the avatars. We do graphic style conversion. So for example, there's different graphic styles, such as voxelized version for the sandbox. And then we also need to optimize the assets so that they can be dynamically loaded into these different metaverses, where there might be hundreds of other users as well. So we can't have really high polygon meshes for every single person. So we may need to optimize them. And after we do these conversions, we are planning to let the fashion designer review the results, and also when they approve them, export them in the right format for the different metaverse to use. And actually, I think it's very interesting that DeepGears mentioned the sandbox game, because we actually already built something that does this. So maybe we can work together on this. So the tech demo we have today, we actually got the 3D jacket, a 3D file for the jacket from one of our partner companies called Fame. They'll be speaking later today as well. And this jacket has actually been automatically converted into a voxel format. And we actually have NDAs with the sandbox game to get their proprietary file format so that we can directly integrate into their system. This is the screen you see on the bottom right is from their software called VoxEdit, which is their voxel editing software. And as you can see, the jacket moves seamlessly with the avatar from the sandbox game. And the voxel technology is not just limited to the sandbox. There are other voxel metaverses out there as well. So one of the other use cases we're considering is for crypto voxels, which is another voxelized metaverse. But interestingly, they actually don't have a specific size limit for their resolution limit for their avatar system. So you can actually have as many voxels as you want for a single garment. So we can actually do the jacket in a higher resolution voxel. So this is actually a voxel, and you can see that it looks almost like the real thing. So you can have this kind of voxelized wearables also in crypto voxels. And in our future roadmap, we also plan to support non-voxel metaverses. So as I mentioned, the technology that we're building is for any 3D digital wearable, that's if we have the 3D file for them and the target avatar, we'll be able to resize, refit, automatically optimize them, and convert the graphic style to fit them onto these different avatars. And I also think it's very interesting that Ready Player Me was mentioned, because I was going to show you this sneaker peek of our technology that we're building for the Ready Player Me avatar. This is for the automated shoe fitting. So here on the left, you can see the Ready Player Me avatar with the original shoes. And in the middle, we actually have, so we downloaded a few different shoes just from Sketchfab, which is an online 3D 3D object marketplace. And we just grabbed random shoes, and they are definitely not built for the Ready Player Me avatars. And like the one in the middle, like the original shoe was actually like very small, like too small for the Ready For Me avatar. Through our automated conversion technology, we were able to fit them onto the Ready For Me avatar. On the very right, this is like a 3D file, 3D shoe model that was too big for the Ready For Me avatar. We were also able to do this. And actually all of this is automatic. We just had to download the 3D model for the shoe. And we just, like knowing that it's a shoe, we just input it to our system. We can automatically resize and fit it onto the avatar. And let me like tell you about some benefits of using our technology. So for the fashion designers, we actually want to enable them to focus like solely on fashion design and not have to worry about technicalities of metaverse interoperability. We believe, you know, fashion designers, what they really love and like really good at is designing, you know, fashionable clothing for the people. And they shouldn't have to like be blocked by all of these technical requirements that are set up by all the different avatar formats, all the different, you know, optimizations that they may have to do for different metaverses. And also for the buyer side, like to enable this digital fashion economy, we actually believe we should enable them to confidently purchase digital wearables, knowing that these will be usable wherever and like however they want to use them. So our current partnerships, we are actually, we have two partners, one of them being Fame. Like I mentioned, they'll be giving a talk later today. Fame is a digital fashion launchpad for like, they have partnerships with like many like prominent fashion designers from Korea. And we're working with them to, we're partnering with them to onboard many different fashion designers. And I think a lot of other companies here are in a similar position as them, and we would love to work together. And on the right, we have Bizarre Labs. They're actually creating a easy to use fashion design tool for normal people who may not be fashion designers. They are striving to be the Canva of digital fashion. And we also are trying to look into onboarding creations from their users and like exporting them to various metaverses. Currently, we're like actively looking for additional partnerships as well as investments. So please do reach out to us, and we would love to chat with all of you. And yeah, there it is. So this is our contact information. I'll also like make sure to put them in the chat. And yeah, I think we can move to the Q&A sessions.
Thanks, Sejong. So if anyone to ask either Pietro or Sejong, because they are very similar topic and very essential for the metaverse fashion. So is there anyone to ask?
Yeah, I actually have a question for first Pietro. Well, it's really across both. So both of what you're doing seems like a great B2B and B2C application process, right? I've actually spoken to companies similar to both of yours in a sense of what you're doing, both on the interoperability side, because that's a massive problem that companies like ours face, right? We create digital goods, so part of that's the digital aspect that we then want to allow our users to utilize interoperably and sell the physical goods. So the fitting process of a virtual try-on makes a lot of sense too. I'm interested in the costing structure of these. We don't have to get into them now, but are there two models there? Is it a B2B cost structure and a B2C cost structure? Is it a shared, like how are you both kind of set up in that regard?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer first, and then I'll pass it over. I mean, for us, it's going to be forever free for any user. For B2C, whatever we're going to do, it's going to be certainly free. So there's no question asked there. B2B is a different ball game. We got a couple of models. The one we are doing now, which is the simplest, is a monthly commission. It doesn't really matter if you're a small merchant or large merchant. I mean, the price differs a little bit, but it's roughly a monthly commission. So for a large brand, it makes a lot of sense because it's very little money, and if it does impact the bottom line. Going forward, if we want to go into the route of creating the consumer app, as I was showing, and having something a little bit more targeted to the consumer and more scalable, we're gonna look into revenue sharing agreement, a classic commission as a percentage of the sale. We're gonna be able to understand what sale is ours, and we're gonna do that via affiliate marketing or some other means similar to that. So cost-wise, we have both large and small merchants. We have even a company that has started branding their collection 2 months ago, so they were like super young, and we made it work. Of course, it's not going to be hyper profitable for us, but we understand it's the beginning of the journey for everyone. So at the end of the day, it's something that is helping us.
One follow-up question before we go to Sejun on that. I noticed you said the accuracy of the fit. So this was something that I brought up a while back in terms of the individuals that we were speaking to. Are you utilizing the pattern and or specifications, taking the scan of the individual that creates a digital avatar and then marrying the data, and that's where you're getting your accuracy from?
Yeah, so it's for the garments, we are actually using size guides, and we're using models. As of now, we're using size guides and models from the retailers to get as close as possible. If we were to go down to the automated way, we should still do that. We should still rely on the size guide, which is basically the Bible. We shouldn't just like invent measurements, because you can get some weird results.
I mean, actually from the brand, like this has a spec. Would you use the large spec for this one-to-one against? Okay, great.
Absolutely. Awesome. Yeah, so we need to be super accurate with that, and we need to be also accurate with the fabric. We need to understand how much it stretches. So this kind of stuff is something that we had to solve along the way, and now with that we have the know-how, is a lot easier. On the other side, on the avatar side, instead is more a computer vision kind of thing. So we extract the silhouette of the body, front and side, and from there we use statistics. I wouldn't call it machine learning at that point. We use statistics in order to understand what is the best matching avatar. It's an avatar that is not yet able to mirror your imperfections, your personal details, because it's not a 3D reconstruction using like the iPhone technology. That will have way too much noise. But it is something that it mirrors your body in terms of measurement. So it has basically your measurement, chest, waist, tummy, and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So for us, I think we're actually a little bit in the earlier stage than I think DeepGears. So pricing wise, I think we're actually trying to figure it out. So we're actively trying to grow partnerships and try to understand like what is it that like other companies in the same space are trying to build. How can we enable them, and like what is the right cost structure going forward? So I think we're like more focused on like actually growing the ecosystem. I think, like I mentioned in my talk, it's very fragmented right now. Creators can't get to the utility because of the challenges that I mentioned. Buyers don't really see the utility in these wearables because they're not there yet, right? So we're trying to like just help piece together this ecosystem first, and also maybe like talk with businesses to understand how we can like all win together. So yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, and completely understandable.
Anna, do you have any question?
Yes, thank you so much. So first question, if you can touch on your biggest challenges explaining non-technical founders, their workflow and timing. And the second one is, what is the size of basic avatar you usually ask for to work? And is it the human size, twice human size? If you can touch on that as well.
Sorry, was that a question for me or Pietro?
Yeah, Pietro.
Oh, okay.
And you too, because like I just want to know, the biggest challenges as a technical person you actually face, when you talk to non-technical people about the project.
I mean, when you talk about technical stuff with non-technical people, so it's a bit hard to convey the complexities of having something that works exactly the way you expect it at a very high speed. So like a few months ago, when Facebook released the first demo of the metaverse, avatars did not have lags. People went completely nuts about it because they were saying, oh, what the fuck, how cannot have lags? And they took like a team of like 100 people and probably like millions of funding and 4 months of time to put lags on avatars. And I mean, to be fair, they're not even that good looking. So stuff is hard to build. And especially we have a lot of imagination and our expectations are crazy high. In particular, in what regards to avatar. So one reason why we do not show the face of the avatar, I mean, except for privacy concerns, is also because it would be impossible to do a good work. It's the most complex thing ever, creating a human face that actually looks like a human face. So that's the only one that can do it for now is our meta-humans, is the Unreal Engine 5 thing. And it's a super expensive process in terms of tech capability. You need a lot of GPUs, and it is quite cumbersome. This is question number one. Question number two, what size of avatars? The size of avatars is depending on your height. So you insert your height at the beginning of the process and your gender, and from there we get an avatar that is exactly as tall as you, and the rest of the measurements are taken from the video. We also have the option not to take the video and to insert the measurements, or to give us sizes you normally wear for the people that do not want to take the video. We perfectly understand that. And we also have that route to our fitting room.
Thank you so much. That's a good, actually, a point about the face. You know, for this, you need to be artist and you need to understand autonomy. And there is very little amount of people who want to research into 3D building and, you know, mesh structures, you know, to build the face. You need to understand the muscles and you need to understand how to do it as an artist. It's asymmetries, and I feel like I have a challenge. You know, yeah. I probably will try to do that because I cannot see more basic model faces on NFT events selling for 30 Ethereum just because it has some 3D mountain. Yeah, and it's amazing. Like, I like what you're doing, and I like that you approach it from, you know, kind of perspective of the market, but at the same time, you explaining what can be done, what cannot be done. And I feel like there is a misconnection between people who want something and what can be built right now. We're still early.
Thanks, Anna. I think that we are almost time to finish up for this session. So, okay, so we'll have a 14-minute break. For this 14-minute break, actually, I skipped the free recorded session about the WEARSPACES. So I will play this pre-recorded session first. And then Jens will talk about another fascinating technology company, BTZ. So for this 14 minutes, you can take a rest and get a coffee, and then you can watch the recording, and also like you can watch the Jens presentation about the BTZ. Okay, so I will share my screen and play.
Hi everyone, thank you for being connected. I'm Julien, I'm co-founder and CFO of WEARSPACES. Really happy to introduce you our new startup called WEARSPACES. So basically, we are pretty sure that there are many opportunities in Web3. You know everything about it, but we wanted to let you know that in luxury and fashion brands, there's lots of them that have recently moved to Web3. You know these figures, you know these numbers, but just wanted to highlight once again that Nike through Artifact, they made more than 190 million of revenues just selling NFTs. Same goes for Dolce & Gabbana and Tiffany. So basically, there's a lot of Web3 of luxury brands that have performed beyond their expectations. But the thing is that we have interviewed I would say, more than 100 fashion brands, and we have gathered the problems they faced in this slide. Basically, they are convinced that there's no fantastic live shopping experience in the metaverse right now. So nothing is smooth, and it's really difficult to find these kind of experiences. So that's the first issue that they face. Second is that they really struggle to onboard their customers in Web3. So they know that they have the audience, but they struggle to find the best way to onboard them. And third option and problems, I would say, is that basically all the finest metaverses are not connected. So you can buy a skin, you can put it on your avatar, it will be available on Roblox, but not on Decentralized or Sandbox. So this is all about interoperability. It's a big issue for everyone, and we hope that we can tackle it very soon. And yeah, that's why we created WEARSPACES. So basically in WEARSPACES, we're gonna pick out and curate the most talented creators in digital and physical fashion, so in Phygital fashion. We want to offer Gen Z a new kind of virtual shopping experience, and we are the middleman between luxury brands and creators on the one hand, and shoppers' avatar on the other hand. We are really convinced that with WEARSPACES, you can enter the new era of retail, because in WEARSPACES, brands, luxury creators, they will be able to create an amazing pop-up store and be gathered all in the same time at the same place around the theme. So each month, we're gonna select a theme, we're gonna reinvent our space, and we want to provide amazing and unique experiences to avatars. So maybe first month is gonna be, or first week is gonna be around digital sneakers. Next month could be around digital bags. That's the thing we're working on, but that's the the concept that we want to create. Pop-up stores around the team in a segmented time frame. Second, we're gonna have luxury brands and creators creating stores, and they will be able to sell digital and physical clothing through these stores. And third, we want to make sure that brands and creators can enter the direct to avatar commerce very easily. Sometimes the brands, they are like afraid because they don't know how to onboard their customers. They don't know how to identify the most relevant metaverses where they're gonna deploy their solution and marketing efforts. So yeah, we're gonna provide consulting as well. But on top of that, WEARSPACES is really a tech company. This is what you need to have in mind. We're creating tools, ecosystems, and marketplace to have a very qualified audience at the same place. And I want to light on that one, the tools that we want to create. We want to make the road really easy for everyone. So we're going to create two tools that are lighted in this slide. First one is WorkCreate. It's a tool to support brands on their digital outfit creation and makes them very easy to create NFTs and to add utilities to them. So it could be interoperability, it could be access to specific events, it could be everything. So we're going to provide this tool to make the journey very easy for them. Second tool is WorkStudio. Basically, in our metaverse, every brand, every creator is going to have an immersive store. We want to create dreamy immersive store, and brands will be able to create these stores thanks to our tool. You can do everything. Basically, if you're a sports brand, you can create a baseball field and sell your NFTs on this baseball field. This is a book that we've done. You can see on the picture, but it's really interesting. To let you know a little bit more about the process and how it works. So basically, it's a 5-step process. First step, we're going to discuss with creators and brands. We want to make sure that our space is really exclusive. So we're going to select the most amazing ones to join our ecosystem and industry. So that's the first step. Brands are going to apply and they will get selected by a WEARSPACES team who really wants to curate the best creators. Second step is to help the brands create their NFTs. So they're going to use our proprietary interface WorkCreate to have their digital clothing available on different metaverses. Step 3 is to customize the flagship through WorkStudio so that you can include your colors, create the most amazing immersive experience. And then basically you're ready to start selling and create commercial traction. So one shopper avatar is going to go in your immersive store, buy an NFT, have it on his avatar, and then he can export and basically wear the NFT and the wearables on the finance metaverses so that it increases the brand exposure. Why us? This is really important to have in mind. We're creating an immersive experience. So avatars are gonna navigate in a space in real time across Jimmy stores. We want to put a growing emphasis on communities. Basically, we are convinced that in our metaverse, we're gonna have engaged communities with luxury appetites, fashion appetite, and we really want to make it simple and eco-friendly. On top of that, you really need to have in mind that we're going to be fashion curators. We want to be like Colette of the metaverse. I don't know if you know this brand, but it's a very famous concept store in Paris. We want to replicate it in the metaverse. I'm not going to deep dive way too long on the numbers and the markets. I mean, you're all experts of that. Digital fashion wearables is going to be a 50 billion market in 2030. Thanks, according to a Morgan Stanley report. It's a market between clothing, gaming, and metaverse, and we are convinced that it's a good one. As I said before, we have interviewed more than 100 brands and potential users. Our target audience is the Gen Z and the millennials. They're going to be the one buying luxury brands in 2025. So this is the target audience. On the other hand, we know that digital identity is really important to this kind of people. More than half of these people, they are more interested in their digital identity rather than their physical and daily outfits. So this is important to have in mind. Next, the team. So as I said before, I'm CFO of the company. I was a financial service consultant. I've been working in fundraising for more than 3 years. So I'm working on the financial topics. So you have Ruben, which is our CEO. He's really Web3 expert. He's working on business development and strategy. On tech, we have Alex and Guillaume. Basically, Alex is an AR/VR company founder since 2014. And he's building the platform with Guillaume to create the immersive store in the metaverse. And we have Alice, which is our fashion and luxury expert. She has more than 10 years of experience, and she's helping a lot on marketing and communication topics. As I said before, we are currently in the phase number 2 of the project. So we've done a lot. Now we are running out the pop-up model, so the one I explained earlier. Basically, brands and creators, they're gonna rent for a short period of time a pop-up. They're gonna build on it and test our concepts. In Q2 2023, we're gonna have 2 models, basically expansion of the pop-up model and acquisition model that's gonna roll out. So we want brands and fashion creators to buy land on our metaverse so that they can reinvent almost every day. On the milestone, basically, we've made a lot of progress in the recent months and weeks. We've joined an incubator in France, specialized in Web3. We have many partnership in tech with Inetum, which is a really big company. They're helping us on immersive thought creation. We've also developed a few partnerships with blockchain operators such as Venly, eExec, and working on interoperability with Xing and many other companies. On the BizDev side, we have identified a lot of leads. We're working on the co-creation program with some of them, and we hope that we're going to announce it very soon. We are, as you know, in a fundraising process. We need 800K for 20% of the business. If you're all interested and you want to know more about the business, please do not hesitate to reach out directly. And well, I was super happy to introduce you the concepts, to talk to you a little bit more about WEARSPACES. And once again, do not hesitate to reach out directly to Ruben or to myself. And thanks for your time and your passions. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thanks. Okay. Jens, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
No, Jens.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Naz.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Is the recorded link of the video of the conference is available?
Yeah, it will be available. So I will let you know.
Okay, sounds perfect.
Just look at my LinkedIn profile, or if you have an email address, I will send the link.
No, that would be perfect. I am going to.
I have one announce just starting the next section, because we have a membership. This Roadshow community membership NFT is available. So I'm going to give you the a complimentary NFT minting opportunity to all speakers, and some of the participants, if they want, up to 100. So actually, Anna, are you there? You are the winner of the today to most question you raised. So definitely give me your email in the chat. And then others, specifically, I
Thank you.
Yeah, I listened several when I announced at the start that they specifically received this NFT. I will show what it looks like. Okay. Oh, this is not. This is it. So this is mine. So this is I will give you the link and how you mint in your smartphone, and then you will have it, and then I have profiles already, and then all the minted NFT can be connected. So you can keep going on with the speakers and some active participant, or someone actually up to 100. You will have this membership. If you are never actually have an NFT, this will be your first NFT. So this is an announcement. Okay. I will start my screen. Okay, so Kenneth, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so from now on, actually, we have another stage, because all of the speakers here in this United States Western part, and some others in other countries, so they will be pre-recorded. Okay, so Kenneth, could you please start again now?
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kenneth, CSO at C-Emotion. C-Emotion is a 5-year-old company. We have developed the most realistic 3D fashion design, rendering, and definitely simulation. That's our core simulation technology for 5 years.
Actually, I'm new to fashion. I joined the Emotion this March, so I think I should start to introduce myself first. Why I came to the fashion industry. Before joining the Emotion, I co-founded real-time facial motion capture. Oh, let me open. Okay. Yeah. So before joining the Emotion, I co-founded a real-time facial motion capture technology company for avatar animation in 2015 and ran for 5 years. And I sold the company to Epic Games, the Fortnite game developer, in later 2020. When we started the company in 2015, that's 1 year right after Facebook acquired Oculus. And the Mark Zuckerberg said that this is in 2015, like the VR will be the next social platform. So we thought like, okay, there's gonna be another like real world in the digital space. But then all the social services in VR was just like this. That's in 2015. And it's not real at all. I mean, there's no immersiveness. I mean, you don't look at your other people's like face. There's no facial expression. It's not like interactive. So that's how we started our company in 2015 and developed the real-time facial motion capture technology. And now, everyone believes that hey, the facial expression is coming, and the Meta announced that their new device next year is going to have the real-time facial motion capture. So that's the vision we had, and it worked well. And then now our two other co-founders, they're still with the Unreal Engine, the Meta Human team, integrating our facial technology into the Unreal's engine and also other services there. And I see the same vision in fashion. So when I decide to join the Emotion, hey, the digital fashion is going to be the next one in this metaverse and digital human space. But then, looking at the current qualities out there, I still see that it's not that much realistic at all. So that's how I joined the Emotion, and I'm leading the Emotion's metaverse and digital human business. So back to the Emotion. So briefly, we have our own computer software solution that anyone can easily create the most realistic 3D fashion asset, like the fabric quality and any size. I mean, if you have used other 3D design tool, you may be very familiar. It's very similar to what like Full 3D or Browseware provide. But the more important thing is that our closed simulation technology is the best in the market. It's best suitable for digital human animation and digital like avatar content creation and like, for example, like virtual runways like this. And this is the quality you can get with our software technology, like knitwear, padding jumper, or like leather jacket. Anything is possible to implement with our technology. Another sample, the quality of the fabric that you can get with our technology. Even like multi-layered, very complicated design possible. But then like, let's say you have creativeness, you are very, very great, talented designer in real world, but and you came just into the digital fashion industry and you introduced very cool, high quality 3D fashion assets. But when people purchase this one to use in the metaverse or digital avatar, if it is not being simulated, I mean, then it doesn't have the full value that you expect, right? Like, for example, you create the very great like physical design in the real world, and then the very like high talented like supermodel wears it and walk around, or people purchase from the store and wear it and walk around the street, then you see the full value that you expect. But it's not possible in the digital world yet, because without this flow simulation technology, it's just like 2D like static image attached to the body of the digital avatar when the avatar wears your fashion asset. That's why you need the great flow simulation technology that we are developing. Another great example is for NFT. So this is the real sample that we have done. So from the IP on the left side that we got, we created the fashion NFT based on this IP. And on top of that, we created this simulated animation video to make your NFT very realistic as possible. And also the good thing about the fashion is that the NFT buyers will get a chance to purchase the physical version. That's how we create this design and introduce to the NFT marketplace. So we will do the public NFT drop later this month, and when people purchase this NFT, they will get a chance to buy the physical version of this fashion, this padding jumper and hoodie. That's the value that you can get with the closed simulation technology we are providing. So this is another sample with the knitwear. And even this kind of extreme movement, you can see that all of these 3D garments are moving very naturally and very realistically. Even with this like very complicated design and multi-layered clothing, you can make it very realistic with your 3D fashion asset you created. And this is the one that we created using Unreal game engine. So we compared with all other like available flow simulation technology in the market, and we strongly believe that our technology is the best performing, the most accurate, the fastest. And this is how you create the 3D fashion asset from our tool, and then create the simulation video. Very straightforward and very easy. And now we are introducing the plugin for Maya and also Unreal. So Maya version will be ready actually like today or tomorrow for beta testing. So if you're interested, you can just contact us and share with you our Maya plugin, so that what it does is a lot of content creators or digital human creation studios, when they create the most realistic 3D fashion asset, it takes a lot of time. First, they create the design from the 3D fashion asset design tool, and then they export to Maya or Unreal, and they do a lot of things. And whenever they need to change something, they have to go back to the 3D fashion asset software tool. There are a lot of go back and forth, and takes a lot of time, a lot of hassle, a lot of energy. But with this Maya plugin and the Unreal plugin that we are introducing, you'll save your time more than twice. This is the test we have done with our partners and internally. And with our plugin, then you can easily create the fashion asset from our tool. And then just right after that, you can just export to Maya or Unreal Engine. And then you can do the rest of the work within very quick time, short time. So in summary, you know, I'm not saying that still there's a lot of like, you know, like cartoony or animated the Metaverse platform and avatars, especially targeted for younger generation. But when I looking at my previous startup, and people thought that like, hey, why do you need facial recognition technique? Yeah, still, you know, still very realistic, very immersive in VR. There's a lot of great content you can enjoy. That's true. But you know, computer graphic technology is being more and more advanced thanks to like Unreal Engine or Unity, and also the fashion and apparel companies, especially like top brand, premium brand, they are very they very much care about their like brand reputation and brand quality when they bring their fashion asset onto Metaverse and for digital humans, and they definitely want to see that you know, when digital human wears their 3D asset and make movement or make animation, you know, it has to implement the best realistic fabric quality and the code simulation on that video. And we make that possible with our technology. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Super fantastic. Yeah, is I think that the this is one of the like fascinating for the Metaverse fashion, that how detailed and the quality. Yeah. Is there any question about James?
Yeah, Kenneth, first of all, awesome. Currently a Clo 3D user for the past few years. This looks really interesting. Is your first of all, do you accept like the ZPRGA files? Like, what are your file formats that you accept? In other words, could you transfer files from one system to the other, or is it a different file format that you are currently operating under?
My answer may be a little bit limited, but we support all the possible 3D file format, also pattern 2D pattern file format, like for example, like FBX and MCX, GLTF. Not sure about the exact file format you're asking, but you know, if you send me your email, I can give you the better answer.
That's fine. If you accept those others, all of them are exportable from there to the formats that you just mentioned. But the ZPRJ, I believe, is the main file format out of Cloud Marvelous. So I was just curious to know if you accepted those directly, or if they have to be put into any of the others that you just mentioned is fine.
Maybe not the 3D file format from the Marvelous, but all the 2D pattern file from Marvelous or Code 3D, you can import to our tool, and then you can create the 3D very easily.
Thanks, Kenneth, again. Okay, so James, you are the next. You can start yours.
I am. Thank you so much. I'll let me see something real quick. So I'll be able to just do that. Okay, cool. So let me stop for a minute. So first off, I'll introduce myself, James Costa. I've been in the fashion and apparel industry now for 23 years. I'm 46 years old, which means that half my life has been devoted to this insane business. Sometimes wonder why I'm still here, but it's obviously because of the passion that I have for design, development, and production, which is what most of my career has been devoted to. I've been designing, developing, producing men's, women's, and children's collections for a majority of my career. Little bit on the apparel technology, PLM side, so a few years experience there, but particularly from like a design director standpoint, I've worked on startups for myself, and I've also worked for $40 million companies producing across multiple categories and division. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I will be, let's see. Are we good?
Mhm.
Perfect. All right, so I'm introducing everyone to Clubhouse Archives today. We are a luxury apparel, really fashion hub, I guess is the better explanation for the Web3 space and beyond. I got into Web3 in February of 2021, so last year, through an old business partner of mine that explained to me what an NFT was. And when he did that, I was instantly hooked and realized that there was a massive opportunity in the space, because I essentially did a ton of research in Web3 and realized that there was a massive problem in terms of most of the companies in Web3 are technology companies. So their expertise lies in creating technology-based software and or services, and apparel was not necessarily their forte, and that was becoming very apparent all throughout 2021 as these companies would start to deliver product to their communities. So I realized that there was an opportunity and there was an issue in terms of trying to facilitate high quality apparel at scale, or really any differentiated price point. So as a solution, I created Clubhouse Archives because we really saw the need for some sort of a membership-based hub, which is what we are. And really that is for the betterment and development of premium goods and services that bridge both the physical and the digital world. And we'll get into what those are momentarily. However, this was referenced before from someone earlier in terms of the opportunity that exists, right? So correct, Morgan Stanley identified this as a $50 billion digital demand, only the digital side of this by 2030, but they even went further to look at the total TAM. So if you talk about a total addressable market, where it's really a $1.5 trillion industry that's going to be created within the metaverse marketplaces, and all of the goods that a lot of the designers that enter the space are likely going to be selling or transacting. So what we did is we created a business model really around this in terms of twofold, right? A B2B business that delivers products and or services. And while that business grows, we are building up equity in the brand name to deliver a B2C Phygital and primarily digital as well, and in some aspects products line that will be branded Clubhouse Archives. So in terms of primary and secondary sales, pretty standard. We're all aware of the royalties that can be created through NFTs, and we have an interesting IP that we'll talk about called the Garment in a little bit, and then a massive gaming opportunity in the future, but we really currently see that as secondary. We've got an incredible team assembled, individuals that have come from Fortune 500 companies, Google, Amazon, Nestle, Progressive. Our CTO created the iMirror, which is awesome. That was in Walmart and Lululemon and Calvin Klein, amongst others. We've got an incredible CMO as well. And then our chief sourcing officer actually is a Forbes 30 under 30. He was partly responsible for bringing a lot of the manufacturing back to the United States. He's been in the business now for 14 years, and he was the CEO of IndieSource. So IndieSource was a massive global sourcing company that primarily focused in the US to promote those businesses before COVID really put a big damper on that. So our team is currently servicing traction that we have in the business. We have a total actually of 12 companies that we are producing digital goods for. Some of them are primarily physical, some of them are digital, but a majority of them are Phygital goods, so servicing the link between the physical and the digital. Some notable names, LinkStyle, which is a massive NFT golf brand that we're actually producing a men's and women's collection. They're going to push this beyond Web3, and they're actually going to launch this out globally. PKL Crew is an example of a Web2 company that we work with that is not in the space, however, that is using our services to eventually enter the space on the digital side, but primarily physical goods. And we'll talk about why our goods are different and why we're not just a manufacturing and design company. And then XOMG Pop is actually a little girls group that was put together by JoJo, the actress and singer. They were just on America's Got Talent, and they're entering the NFT space, and we're actually facilitating a drop for them. Now, why would a company like that want to come to us? And this is where it gets really interesting for me. And this is what attracted me to the space. We're creating groundbreaking products, and all of us probably on this call have experience in what I'm about to talk about in terms of like understanding the technology and what it can do for physical garments in the apparel industry or accessories as we push forward. We are now at the interesting paradigm shift and opportunity to take a physical garment and do things with it that it was prior not capable to do. Through things like an NFC chip, you can use QIDs, you can use QR codes if you want. You can create not only the opportunity to authenticate and provide ownership and provenance data. And when I say provenance data, think of things like sustainable data, so you can understand where the garment was sourced, the logistics chain, and everything that happened along that way in terms of the resources that were utilized in the product. That's really interesting, right, from a consumer aspect. However, you can now create an access pass out of a physical garment, because scanning that NFC chip that we use in all of our products for all of our clients, including the consumer line, means that I could take that jacket and that jacket can get me into an event. And when you start to think of the interesting prospects of things like that, garments now transcend their current use case. Social engagement, 3 individuals wearing the brand or standing next to each other. They can scan each other, get that same kind of POAP that Alex is offering us today, but doing it through a social engagement experience. And you can even gamify that experience. So you can take things like the NFC chip to activate a QR, or I'm sorry, AR camera in your phone. I can scan that chest patch, and that chest patch now comes alive and delivers a message to me. And that can kick off a scavenger hunt, if you will. So all of this is enhancing the customer experience in ways that garments never have. So when we say that we're a manufacturing company, yes, it's what we're manufacturing that's really intriguing and interesting to not only the businesses that we work with, but the consumers inside the Web3 space. So we have our own token gated marketplace, operates on 2 fronts. You can connect your token and it can gate a page, right? So James, as a Clubhouse Archives token holder, can get into this experience to that, or we can token gate products, and we can do that on a multi-tiered experience through discounts. So I can token gate a product for one of our clients. If the token holder has that token, they get 25% off. If they hold their token and the Clubhouse Archives token, they get 40% off, and so on and so forth. So now this encourages the sale of all the community tokens amongst one another, and the ability for communities to collaborate on product that would have that kind of opportunity as well. I won't go through the tokenomics with you. I want to skip down to some more important things. So we're selling memberships basically into this ecosystem, and what's the value of those memberships? So this is another interesting thing, and the reason why I want to talk about this is not necessarily to pitch the value of the project, but I want to plant seeds in other individuals that might be building businesses in Web3, because one of the things, and Nike just introduced this, by the way, we've been doing this for, like I said, since last February. So to see that they've introduced this was validation for me. Choice is one of our utilities. So we allow all of our holders to participate in the product development process. We have a token gated voting area where we actually initially show them color, labels, trims, tapings, buttons, packaging, everything that's involved in the product, and we allow them to cast their voice. If they do that, they're going to utilize another utility that allows them to fill out an independent contractor agreement. And this is where I wanted to say it's unique, so I want everybody to kind of listen to this part. If they fill out that independent contractor agreement, you're allowed to then rev share with them, because they are working for your company by voting for products and shaping and molding the future of the business. Nike just introduced a royalty program where, because individuals will collaborate on design, they're going to actually compensate them in form of royalties. Same principle. And I just thought that was really interesting when they released the .swoosh recently. Access, we already talked about both physical access by the garment acting as an access pass, and the digital access in the token gated marketplace. And then obviously community. And I think we all know the power of community. This just talks about the customer journey and the way that people can vote on products, purchase products. And where it gets interesting in that aspect is you purchase the NFT first, then we go out and we produce the garments after a period of time, making this also a very large sustainable movement and effort within our industry, because we're being a lot more efficient with the way that we create our products. The NFT acts as a digital receipt. And it also acts as an authenticator, as I mentioned, in all of the various ways that we're utilizing that within the product. Here is just a quick snapshot of the 3D garments that we create. I do currently use Glow 3D, although I'm very interested in the product that I just saw. I'll be very honest, and I want to have a conversation there. But this all revolves around something that we call the garment. We have received the trademark, so I do to actually update all this on garment. This is just a testament to how long I've been doing this. When I searched for this about a year ago, I was shocked that it was available. So all of our products will be sold as garments, and they'll all come with the utility that I just mentioned. We do have current technology partners. We've actually got a few more of this, the ability to purchase in credit card. We're talking about interoperability. I did mention the fact that I was discussing the virtual try-on, and then Smart Seal provides the NFC chips. We have an amazing advisory team that we don't necessarily have to go into, but some notables, D-Rock from Gary Vee, if anybody follows him, amongst others. And then we have an advisory group called the Key Society of 80 members that we've collected along the way that really help us shape and mold the future of the business. And then these are just examples of products that we create. Finally, here is our contact information. Just put James in front of that. And I'm going to also drop it in the chat. I would love to have discussions with everyone that I've heard from today. Incredible technologies. I commend all of you. And really, I think all of the individuals in this room on this call are shaping and molding the future of our space. And I'm really proud to be a part of this panel. So just wanted to extend that appreciation. That's it. Hope that wasn't too fast yet, also too slow, because I wanted to leave some time if anyone had any questions.
Wow. It's just the 15 minutes. Great. Thank you. Okay, so Anna, could you, if you have a question, because we have a time limitation, so could you raise your question in the chat, and then you can ask James about your question, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so next three section will be moderated by the Juliana, our managing partner in Silicon Valley. Juliana, are you there?
Yes, Alex, I'm here. Can you
Okay,
guys
so
hear
I
me?
will check first. I will leave for my household work. Okay, so Diego, are you there? Diego, are you there? It's the next one. Okay, Tom, are you there?
Yes, yep, I'm here.
Okay, so you can do first. And Elena, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I think that
Oh, sorry, you're calling Elena. Sorry, I thought you were calling me.
Elena, are you there?
Yes, hello, but it's gonna be
so, yeah,
hi,
there.
but it's gonna be Simon. It's gonna be Simon Milk, actually, our founder, who presented instead of me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, Diego, are you there? Okay, so then I think the best Juliana. I think that Tom starts first and Elena next, and then I will be back whether Diego is there, right?
Yeah, no problem. We can flip the schedule.
Okay.
Hey, Tom. Hopefully you're ready. Putting you on first. Hi, everyone. Thank you for attending today. It's great to see all this amazing presentation. So Tom here, founder from Created by DAO. So Tom, I'll hand over the floor to you.
Thank you. I'm going to just see if I can share my screen here. Is it playing?
Yeah, I think it is.
All right, if you can see my present. Okay. Yes.
You might want to put it maybe in presentation mode to make it bigger.
Is it not? There we go.
Try slideshow.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Well, thank you for everyone that stuck around for this great presentation, all these great speakers today, and thank you, Alex, for putting this on. Great to be a part of this Innovators Roadshow. And I'm Tom Wallace. I am the founder of Created By. We have been developing a Phygital NFT ecosystem My background is I have been in technology for over 30 years, developing web applications and mobile applications. I also spent 20 years with a company I founded doing youth culture marketing and intelligence. We were a global entity providing fashion brands and other companies in the youth market information about youth culture as far as it went in designs, in streetwear, and technology, art, and music. And I started Created By back in 2017 and have been developing different types of technologies regarding wearables and smart apparel. And we are actively in our beta of our product currently with the launch of the Created By ecosystem in Q1. You probably heard a lot of, and actually from even the last presentation, about the technologies for digital fashion. We're rapidly revolutionizing the fashion industry, creating these new opportunities that now you have more people with access to creating new fashion designs, the freedom of expressions for new types of designs, obviously the collaborations that it offers, creating the digital samples and creating sustainability around the technology to eliminate waste, the advent of digital fashion shows within the metaverse, the AR and VR experiences, creation of avatars, skins, and marketplaces now that you can sell your products into. There's also been the advent of the digital platforms such as Browseware, Close, Stitch, and the AR rendering systems that are transferring the experience of fashion into the metaverse, but also definitely up and beyond. These technologies also open up the door, as been mentioned many times throughout these presentations, as creating both physical and digital items, either as a one-of-one pieces or full collections, as either a Phygital item or digital twin, depending on which technology or name you choose to use regarding how they're explained. It's always kind of a hot issue about what to call these. But as once an item that has been designed and minted, it adds another level of opportunity to create powerful crossover experiences and the utility aspects of NFTs. And as it was just explained, you have all these elements that you can start to access with this technology. These provide, as mentioned before, very powerful tools and experiences never before available in fashion, not only for access for the creator's usage, but also for the current user owner, as well as future owners. And moving forward, this list of NFT utilities will continue to grow beyond our imagination as the future of fashion technology is really just kind of in its infancies. But much of what's discussed typically with the Phygital or digital twins in fashion is that the fact that they've actually created both of the items. They have a rendered item from one of the platforms, either as a avatar in the metaverse, and they've created a physical example of it. What seems to be missing in these equations that's key is it being connected. And technology is now caught up with the connection of both the physical and digital items through the NFC near field chips that allow the two to be connected. And the importance of this is it actually allows you to connect the items, but also know the who, what, where, and when an item is, both from a physical and a digital aspect. And this is now making them truly connected and interacting and taking advantage of the complete elements of the NFT utilities. And so the last 5 years, we've been developing systems to make this process very, very simple. We knew that for mass adoption and mass use, that it would have to be simplified so that anybody could create these on their own, not needing their own technology, hardware, and software. So really what's needed now to create a Phygital NFT is a minted item, which could be either a digital file or a physical file, a Created By tag in our case, which again is an NFC tag, the physical good, and a mobile phone. Getting connected again, having just the minted item, the physical good, and these tags. We've created an application for both iPhone and Android that with a single tap of the phone within 3 seconds, with the minted NFT, you can encode, encrypt, and lock your NFT onto the tag directly from the phone within seconds. Then once the tag has been encoded, you can authenticate and activate with, again, any simple tap with the phone. It's no app is required to do this. It can be done by any application. Again, opening up the authenticity verification of who made the item, who owns the item. All this information is pulled directly off the blockchain, as well as any kind of attributes, which marketplaces the NFT or the Phygital item has been a part of, the trades, and any kind of other activation of Phygital NFTs that you want to embed, which is either like, for example, proof of attendance, the ticketing, exclusive content. Any items that are being currently available for NFT utilities can be integrated into these items, as well as any future ones. So this actually makes the items truly connected and interacting. And what we're doing here is opening up this whole experience to anybody that wants to make a Phygital item, reducing the friction of having to have all these tools and elements. You can basically do it on your own. The key to this, obviously, is with our tags. We have custom tags made for us that are encrypted, which is very key. Many people are talking about utilizing QR codes or other types of technologies, but those can be easily cloned and copied. So it's very important using encryption and non-cloning that you can't pull that information off of these items and then attach it to another one, and you have those same issues of counterfeiting, in this case, of both the physical and digital items. We've made the items very small in size. They're a little bit bigger than the size of an American dime. You can affix them via stitching or types of epoxies. They're flexible and woven materials, so they actually look and feel within the garments themselves. They're waterproof and washable, dryable, as well as dry cleanable. And our ecosystem, again, is comprised of, for the encoding and encryption, is an iPhone and Android application. We also have the app-free authentication and activation that we provide. We are building a blockchain agnostic. Currently, we support Ethereum, Polygon, Solana, Flow, and Tezos as blockchains that can be encoded. And we plan on continuing to roll out others by the end of the year. Our model is to create both a utilization of self-service, where you could create one of these items on its own, or you could we're going to build it into manufacturing cycles with some partners, where you can actually encode and create these upon thousands at a time. We're also embedding our technology via plugins into existing fashion design platforms and developing APIs to integrate into point of sale service systems, as well as e-commerce systems, and then to easily integrate other types of utilities and existing programs that are already out there that people are already familiar with. And we're also, instead of building and replicating and rebuilding these tools, we're just partnering with the best of breed companies that are already developing the NFT utilities that are out there. And because, again, we're being chain agnostic, when you choose to maybe mint on, say, Polygon, you may continue to want to utilize other side chain aspects of these utilities with Polygon as well. So we're very open to working with other people, developing these partnerships to integrate as many of the types of utilities as possible into these experiences. I think one aspect that was touched on and off throughout today is the need for circular 360 fashion. To truly create sustainable fashion, you're going to have an ongoing connection between the owner and the good, whether the owner is the original owner, as well as it gets sold and sent into different types of life cycles. Again, knowing the kind of who, what, when, and where the connected item is, when the user is ready to in the life cycle, the item's actually beyond its usage, of creating programs that are embedded in as a utility to have the owners return for processing and recycling programs, also in upcycling programs. So having the brand and the creators responsible for creating lifestyle programs. These connected items are the key to keeping the relationship and knowledge of who has it, where it is, ongoing. And we are currently in partnerships and creating case studies of how this can be completely integrated with Ecoolska, as well as Maison DAO and the Metaverse Fashion Council. Lastly, I think I would like to just show a quick video of it in action, as sometimes it shows much value.
Tom, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I thought we lost you. So it looks like you're done.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom. Any questions, anyone?
Here's some information on where you can contact me. We're obviously, you can find Created By on LinkedIn, Twitter, and
Okay. Great. If you guys don't have any questions, then we probably can move on to the next one. And of course, feel free to connect with Tom afterwards. So I just wanted to do a quick check if Diego perhaps has joined us. Diego, are you around?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. So we will do Elena will do my sundial as scheduled. And Diego, I think you can start.
Okay, let me share my screen real quick. Oh, I think I need to wait for. Just slideshow. All right, it should be working now. Hi, everyone. My name is Diego. I'm the founder of Animals. We're a digital apparel brand. And today I want to talk about avatar generated content. I think one of the things that I've seen when it comes to digital apparel, digital fashion, or Web3 digital assets or items is how to market it and how do you actually get people to buy your apparel. And I think one of the things that we did and it worked really well, and I kind of want to share that experience, is this whole concept of avatar generated content. We were actually able to sell almost 1,000 digital jackets and boots in the past 7 days, and I kind of want to share just how it worked. And I think it's a powerful tool that is probably useful for more people to do. A bit of a background, you can find me as the mustache, but I've worked in tech, e-commerce. I've also built a pretty big community, and then we started with Animals this year 2 months ago. And so today I want to talk to you about how do you actually market digital apparel, digital fashion items, and what's a good way to bring those items to market. Because one, it's a small market, right? Like, especially if you're doing NFTs, you have a limited amount of people using still, like the adoption is small, and the number of people with wallets, like, despite the fact that it's been growing, it's also, once you take the whole digital apparel fashion items into the equation, I think it's pretty limited. And so when we, with our digital apparel, we kind of wanted to try something different. And we kind of wanted to see, how do we actually show and not tell? How do we actually get people to use our items? And with that, get that credibility from users of, looking at our items, looking at everything that we're doing, and generating, better reach, better brand awareness, but also, in the end, sales. Like, I think at the end of the day, we all want sales. And I think something to keep in mind with this business is that you do need large scale. So even if 1,000 items might seem like a lot, it's actually very little, but it's a good way to start generating traction for this space. And so we launched Animals almost a month ago. Our masks are basically, I'm originally from Guatemala. We basically inspired our masks. They're carved in wood. We digitalized them, and all of our collections or our apparel is kind of inspired by those masks. And so one of the things that we were thinking is, coming from the e-commerce and conversational background, I used to work a lot with with retailers, but also large global e-commerces. And one of the things that we've realized, and if you look on the right side, you have the Instagram feed of Warby Parker, is that consumers are 2.4 times more likely to view generated content as authentic, to engage with it. And also, you know, I think we're moving away from like doing very intricate edited ads to something more realistic. And I think this trend is especially relevant when it comes to TikTok. Like I think in Instagram with Reels, you're starting to see that, but with TikTok, you kind of want to see someone using the product. Like, yes, ads that are edited, that are professional still work. Like, I'm not saying that's not good. I think it still works, but getting users to actually use their product, it's a lot more impactful. And so I kind of wanted to build that same experience, but with avatars. I was like, what if we can actually get avatars to buy our products, or figure out a way where we can collaborate, we gift them the items, but then we can actually start generating content. And with that content, we can kind of start building momentum for our apparel. And so I'll show this video, but this is basically what we did. Like, I think in my head, I think avatar generated content just kind of plays the same role. And so how do you actually get people to start generating all this content, and kind of show you just our results and what we basically did to make this work. But in a period of almost 15 months, we were able to generate close to 60 stories and posts on Instagram and TikTok of users just wearing our clothes, our digital items, sharing it on social media, both Instagram and TikTok, using our hashtags. And it was pretty surprising because we were actually able to generate almost 1,100 sales of our newest collection or newest digital items, which you can see in that video of the jackets and the boots. We basically launched for one jacket in 4 different colors or versions with boots as well. And our approach was pretty simple, but I think it was very effective. And that's what I wanted to show you today and just share, I think, in that, what do we do and how do we make this work? One, we kind of did the whole guerrilla marketing approach of really tagging and looking for users on their DMs and engaging with them on social media. Probably 2-3 weeks ago, before our launch, we started engaging with a lot of influencers, a lot of micro influencers, a lot of users that we saw that had following on Instagram, on TikTok, or even we're in Zepeto, which Zepeto is a very large like metaverse hangout. Think of a bit of like Roblox, but less gaming. I think it's more hanging out and it's more fashion driven, but it's pretty big. They have 40 million active users a month in Asia, or with the majority of the users being in Asia. And so what we basically did is said, let's start looking for users who have a good following in Zepeto, a good following in Instagram or TikTok, or they might not have a big following on social media, but they do it within Zepeto. We started engaging with them. We started sending DMs, just talking about like, hey, we love your content. This is great. And then that started conversations to saying like, hey, we're about to launch this, like, would you like to collaborate? Yes, we had to, and the way it worked, for some, we had to pay. So for others, it was free. We gave items for free. They used them. But we were able to basically work with almost 15 influencers or micro influencers. We also hired a micro influencer agency, which basically have different models that also kind of work together. I think if you think of how Instagram started, it used to have like people or users would get together and build these pods so that when one user, posted something, they would post it on the pod or DM or WhatsApp, and then everybody would engage, and that kind of spread and viralized or increased the reach. I think the same thing happens today, but within avatars. Like we realize that there's these pockets of groups, and I'm going to say women because the majority of our target market in our clothes were for women. We realized that there were these pockets of like users who were promoting each other's content and with that getting it viralized. So we started DMing them. That helped us. We also, like when I say an agency, it really wasn't an agency, but more like these pockets of users. We paid some of them as well. And then we kind of created content in a contest where we had different prices where people would, if they wore our apparel, and then they would basically publish a story or a post on social media. They would use our hashtag. They would enter the contest, and we would give prizes in items and in more accessories and other things that we had coming. And we had really, really good results. Like with this effort, as I mentioned, we created almost 60, or we didn't create, but like we got users to develop almost 60 stories, posts on Instagram, TikTok, wearing our apparel, wearing a digital item. So we now have a pretty good library of content that we can now share on social media, both on Instagram, on TikTok, even within Sepetto, that we didn't create, that users, the community did with 60 different avatars. It would have been really, I would say, cost prohibitive and like almost impossible to do it ourselves. But with this effort, we were able to get different avatars, different sizes, different models, different hairstyles to just wear and showcase our items. And so it was pretty successful, not just in terms of content generation, but I think it also gave us a good momentum in terms of just start generating sales for our apparel. And so I'll stop there because I know we're short on time, but I kind of wanted to share that today because I think it's been a good experience. You know, it's kind of a roller coaster with digital apparel. It's not a roadmap or a brand that you can follow and say, this is how you do it. So you kind of have to approach it and test it and just as you go. But I wanted to share that today because I think it was a good experience in just how to market your products, especially when it comes to digital apparel, digital fashion, or Web3 fashion. So you can reach me out at The Mustache. You can also check our brand, animals.ca. Feel free to DM me if you have questions, and I'll stop there and leave some time. Thank you.
Awesome, great. Thank you, Diego. I think it's a wonderful experience that you share. Selling is always a challenge, right? So so first thing first. All right, is there any question for Diego? All right, otherwise I think we can move on to Maison Dao. Elena, someone else I believe you mentioned who will be presenting. Oh, hi, Simon.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
Right ahead. Yep, floor is yours.
I will just turn off the mobile. Yes, thank you very much. I will share the screen of the presentation. Welcome. It's amazing to see you all here, all the amazing innovators in the digital fashion space and in the metaverse doing amazing things. I recognize many of you. So it's really nice to be in this circle with the people that I know as well, and a great opportunity to obviously meet so many others. Okay, I will share the screen right now. Okay. So my name is Simon. I'm the founder of Maison Labs. We are a Metaverse studio. We think of ourselves as a decentralized fashion house. That's the part which is called Maison Dao. And obviously also we are the Art Tech Collective, all our members. And the third thing that we are also doing is being a launchpad for the Metaverse. And we believe that we can do it through various ways, launching artists, launching their careers into the Metaverse, launching specific brands to the Metaverse, and launching a whole project together with other people. And also one of the very important elements of what the Maison Labs is building is Edge City, which is a Metaverse city dedicated to art and fashion. So any project here who is building in the space, you're super welcome to get in touch and build together with us. So on our mission, we want to develop new, exciting, and meaningful ways of interaction between brands, designers, collectors, and we are using the latest Metaverse technologies to achieve this goal. As for now, we gathered more than 40 digital fashion studios, around 10 digital architecture studios and rework studios, building in the real world, but also that are interested to shift and launch their careers into the metaverse. And we see ourselves as this one entity, right, that can connect all the actors together to generate something bigger. Because we believe that only if we work together, if we all work together, we can obviously succeed. And our motto for Maison DAO is growing together. So that's what I invite you to do together. So what is the opportunity? Brands they don't know how to start and how to find the right oh, I have some little problems here. Okay, but no, they can't find the right solution. They lack Web3 expertise, and there are high costs of creating their own metaverse platform. But with us, it will be possible to make it so much easier for them to launch in a city that already exists and being developed by independent artists together. We believe that artists also need this access to new collectors and potential customers. They need to understand how to collaborate with brands, with other brands and other projects, and obviously how to build their community for the future. So Maison DAO, the one part that we launched together, was our first decentralized project, is focused on building a decentralized brand that is formed of many other brands working together. So any digital studio, any project working in the area could join Maison, because Maison, what it is, the name Maison is from house, right? So we are building a house together. So no matter your style, no matter your background, no matter no matter what, you can be a part of it and help us to build something for the future. And decentralized collaboration, I think some artists here, some founders here mentioned already this idea for decentralized collaboration, how to split the revenues and everything. And I think it's all great. It's exactly what we are thinking about, and building this decentralized infrastructure, so everybody can be rewarded for their work is super important for us as well. So we are looking for collaboration in this space. Okay, for now I'll stop sharing. And yes, I wanted to also say right now a little bit about the project that we are doing right now, because for me, very important aspect of our work is actually education. And we are now at Maison DAO participating in a great program in Berlin, which is called WEARSPACES Berlin Fashion Hub. And we were invited to be a metaverse partner there and to be a mentor for 10 fashion artists and interdisciplinary artists that are learning about sustainability, circular fashion, digital fashion, Web3, and the metaverse. So this big project with Zalando, Unity, Browdware, so with big players in the software space, and with many other little studios, consultancies focused on sustainable future and building this sustainable future together. So right now we are past 1 month of the course, sort of in the middle of it. Soon there will be a demo presentation, and the final showcase will be on Berlin Fashion Week. So if you're on Berlin Fashion Week, after the year, I invite you to come together, see our showcase co-created with amazing designers from all over the world, focus on digital, Phygital, and sustainable fashion. If you have any questions, I'm open to it right now. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak today. And yes, collaboration is key, so I'm looking forward to the collaborations. As I mentioned already, I know many people here, and I'm looking forward to working with them, but it's a great opportunity to meet even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Oh, sorry, Simon. We do have a couple of minutes, so that probably we can answer a couple of these questions live. There's a question from Diego. How can brands benefit from joining MES on DAO? And what is the best way to reach out?
Sure. So I will put the email here in the chat. It's metaverse@mesondao.world. And at this email, you can always write us. There is also a special link for memberships. I will also share it here in the chat in the following like 10-15 minutes. So anyone who is interested to join as a fashion designer, as a digital studio, or as a business who wants to build something in the metaverse, something concrete, then obviously we are super happy to connect as well.
Sounds good. All right. The next one, let's see. Afsha, are you around?
No, I think that you're done because all of the sessions are recording. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's you back.
Juliana.
Yeah, no problem. I can give it back to you.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think it's we still have 10 minutes to go more for the next sessions. So yeah. I think the good time to Jens. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes,
so
it's a good time to you do your presentation about the BTC.
Okay, great. Let's do that. So hello everybody again. I have promised to give a presentation for Virtual Touch, who are the company in Hong Kong that has collaborated with me on the space you saw in the fast forward presentation I did of my whole life story and prodding London Fashion Week. So let me just take a little bit of time to go through what they do. So they were not able to join because it's like really early in the morning in Hong Kong. So I'll just go through a little bit. So yeah, so Virtual Touch is like a Hong Kong digital lab that I met 3 years ago at the time when I was working on the Global Design Graduate Show. They have this, so Casey Mann, who's a founder, he had a background in fashion, where he had before like a fashion brand that was sitting in stores. And at one point he was kind of thinking, because retail spaces in Hong Kong and China mainland was going up, the shopping mall wanted more and more price and cost for the rental space. It was getting really expensive. He thought about at the time, it's like 6-7 years ago, how can we have these spaces online where we can start to sell our own clothes and stuff? And because he's got a background in fashion, then that was why he got into building these showroom spaces, you know. So he really thought about how could we build spaces for brands to rent or work with or collaborate or fill with their products and collections, you know. So Virtual Touch is a digital fashion lab, and they are a team of fashion tech experts, digital fashion designers, and visual effect artists. And we aim to converge fashion and tech to bring ideas to life. Casey loved black, so they have a really nice, strong vision of the brand and this post-digital world where they are producing visuals for the fashion industry. So we organize the physical fashion industry into a fashion metaverse to showcase types of digital assets and environment. The platform is to empower mills, manufacturers, suppliers, designers, and brands across the supply chain to use these digital assets in order to transform the way we work today. So I am, of course, a fashion designer. We collaborated on the project with Digital London Fashion Week, but they work also with a lot of big suppliers in Hong Kong and China and Asia, like Woolmark, redress fashion design competition, and they have had many commissions of building the virtual spaces for high-profile clients over there. So our mission is to unlock and show how these assets can be used with our product stages, from raw material development, design to selling environment. These digital representations are accurate enough. It enables fashion businesses to make precise decisions, reduce development lead time, and lessen waste. Of course, sustainability has been a big issue and a big argument for digital showrooms and stores. The high street brands have really implemented it a lot now. A lot of the European and Asian high street brands or commercial brands, even at Hugo Boss, the Glow 3D is being implemented in design process. So a lot of this has already been addressed by the industry. But I know Casey and Virtual Touch, they want to go further. You know, they're really trying to produce a cloud web-based digital solution that kind of encompass everything from designers that works with design, working directly with virtual touch, and then there's like the supply chain of the materials in the business to business and 3D garments. So there's a whole metaverse ecosystem of the production side, and then on the other side you have the virtual showroom and 3D product presentation that goes towards the brands and the retailers, and basically they want to be in the middle and provide the solutions, the 3D digital marketplace solutions and virtual fashion arcades solutions that takes the 2D design to business to customer at the end for the consumer to interact with these products that are the result of the 3D garments and 3D assets that actually are in between. So I think this kind of phygital landscape of what they can work with in the middle is really an interesting place for the company to be. So they're specialists in digital 3D visualization presentations, of course, classical process scan fabrics in 3D format, in the library format, 3D garment silhouette development, 3D collection presentations. So it's kind of a system we can upload, create, and present your 3D collections theme in one seamless process using their 3D visualization layout tools. So it's really a user-friendly platform they have that brands can use and access through subscription through the website. So virtual showrooms have been developed, so they have hybrid media technologies that help to create a narrative for the brands and manufacturers and allow those who can't visit the showrooms to get a similar experience. And it's really about having this immersive experience of a commercial space, but also pushing this forward to the 21st century. Virtual styling is an important tool too. You can visualize these 3D samples and the personalized avatars through a range of selected mannequins and models. The customers can play with dress up, mix and match the desired outfits virtually. And I think this, the avatars they have looks really interesting, and they have a really good realistic scope. The visual fashion arcade metaverse, it's the purpose to build a fashion metaverse that connects all fashion creators of the 3D supply chain to seamlessly network, promote, distribute, and sell their products. So it's really to be a platform that kind of connects all things to the dot. And then I have also a video that I want to share. So I'll just stop sharing this and then share the video. I think it was opened if I can find it. Where is the video? Just 1 second. I just need to find the video. It was open in the browser, but now it disappeared. Okay, now I have it. So sorry about that. Let me just get back to Zoom so I can find the video. Technology does rule our lives sometimes, and too many things on the desktop. So this is the presentation video that they wanted me to share for you. Okay, so that was the end.
Could you play it again? Actually,
Did it not?
yeah,
Did it
was
not work?
working. Yeah.
Okay, let me try again. Yeah. So where did it disappear? Okay. Okay. So let's see. Is it playing now?
No, it's the end. So I think that you go. I think it's yep. Now
Is that working?
Yep. Now okay.
Does that work with this?
Oh no! In full screen mode, by some reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
now
can't do a big full screen. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can leave it, I think, right now.
I'll leave it like that. Yeah.
Yep. Done.
So that was done.
Yeah, I think that I can give you some additional like experience because when I see VTZ, that also I was very impressed because it kind of like a software tools actually that they can develop from the like real life fashions or something like that, put into like a metaverse and like a generator like a showroom.
Yeah.
In 3D, also like they can have their like a runway like a show.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was fascinating me because it is required that actually that you can have a brand went to metaverse actually that is essential tools. So that's why I tried to invite the BTZ and
of course,
you can represent for that.
So I know them since 3-4 years because I met them at the beginning of the pandemic, and at the time they were very focused on doing these super realistic showrooms, and they work with like Laugesen and they work with Walmart and they've done competitions, and they work with really the big partners in Hong Kong and Asia, and they were really focused on giving like these very high-end, high-quality, high-resolution solutions to brands, because a lot of digital solutions online, they are like low-res, more like gaming quality, and they really believe in the quality of the high-res. And of course, we know that it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. So they're really focused on that. And since then, they're moving on to like developing like an online platform where brands can create and curate their own spaces and showrooms, which will be coming sometime in the future. But they're really going for the future. And if anybody's interested in collaborating with them or interested in contacting with them, you can just send me an email because I'm working with them anyway. And I'll be very happy to introduce and take the conversation forward. But yeah, maybe if anybody else has a question, I don't know, I can maybe try to answer for them. Otherwise,
yes, I think that you can go ahead your Q&A in chat. So thank you very much, Jens.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so we are almost the end of the Roadshow. We still have 3 sessions. So fortunately that the 2 sessions actually that I have some relationship like Jens with VTZ. So first one and second one is the 3D digital fashion design. So it's kind of a tutorial type and what's the state of art of these 3D digital fashions. And then the third one is from Fame Universe, is a South Korea startup in metaverse fashion. And then also like I'm advisory role for this company. So unfortunately the CEO cannot attend either in person or in recording. So fortunately I understand their business, so I will present theirs. And the bonus that you wait for a long time, so I will give you the like overview of the what the current status of the metaverse fashion. Okay, so this whole session, so I will do in all. Okay, so first I will before that actually you can take like a break in the coffee whatever, because it can be like informative sessions. So you can relax and then you can have your tea or coffee or whatever. But anyway, thank you. Everyone can stay up to this late time because we all had like 4 hours of the roadshow, and we need to go more, maybe more like 40 or 50 minutes more. So I will try my best, not maybe not boring. First, I will share my screen. Okay. And let's see. Okay, so as I mentioned that I will give you all the like a membership NFTs to the all speakers and some other participants for up to 100. So please leave your like email in the chat so I can send you the link to mint these NFTs. Okay, I will go slideshow. Okay, so I will give you something that wrap up the what we are now. So what is the metaverse fashion now? So first, I just summarize everything what is happened, but you know that I mentioned that it's like in the industry wise, it is 1.5 trillion, 1.7 trillion dollars, and it will keep growing. And the issue with the counterfeiting, this counterfeiting industry is shoes, 4.2 trillion, including fashion and others. And then so this counterfeiting is important, and the digital transformation is now happening in fashion industry. And then we know about the opportunity in metaverse economy is 13 trillion by 2030. And the Gartner predict that 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour a day in a metaverse by 2026. And creator economy, so design is one of the creator economy. So fashion design is the key role in creator economy. And then in total is more than 100 billion market size. And also we talk about Web3 NFT opportunities. So NFT market reach 1.05 trillion dollars. And also wearable NFT market expected $11 billion in this year. And we a lot of the initiative in the metaverse fashions, and then we are expecting like a $55 billion by 2030. And then also we have a very interesting in sustainability, especially the climate change related, like carbon generation, how we can reduce carbon generation. And then we all know that this fashion industry is notorious about anti-sustainability and anti-circularity. So we need effort. And then fortunately, we had several sessions to talk about this sustainability. And then fashion digitalization is one opportunity I mentioned that, for example, the IP protection wise, that the digitalization will give you the like a coffee light, and then you can monetize through the NFT. And then we have a new consumers, is a Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So you may be already knew some that Roblox recently published about the metaverse fashion for the Gen Z generation. So this is a new buying power, especially for the fashion. So we focus on this topic. And then what is the metaverse fashion ecosystem? So it's a traditional, we just go traditional is like Web2 legacy, and then new metaverse who are Web3 as a new ecosystem. And then there is the relationship. So you well on like a value chain of the like a traditional fashion industry is from the starting from designer sketch and graphic illustration, fabric sourcing, and custom production, and fashion show, fabric sourcing for the mass production, and and at the end, in retail, and then like a sales channels. And then in the corresponding like a digital part, with a digitalization of your like a physical garment, and then you have a digital production and a metaverse fashion show, and the metaverse manufacturing can enable, and metaverse retailers is available, and then they will be combined in the Phygital. So there will be a convergence between the real IRL and virtual digital will be converged as a metaverse in the future. So we see many startups and incumbent about like there is a solutions and fashion house and marketplace and Web3 fashion stores and then showrooms, and then a lot of the brand is entering into like a metaverse. We already knew about it. And then so how actually my interesting is to actually the motivation of organize this roadshow is that my interest in how we can actually build up this sustainable metaverse fashion ecosystem. And then so we need the effort to global effort to bring this agenda to the like front, like including sustainable digitalization, phygital, everything will be, you know, like a consistent and sustainable ecosystem building. And this require like a technology design and other like a business investment or side we need it. And then for the like some I found the current issues and requirement is that the metaverse, even a lot of people talk about like a monetization potential through this kind of metaverse fashion, but I feel that we are only reach only a few like a fandoms or the luxury brand enthusiasts. So we are not there in the like a mainstream. That I mean, in like a general public consumers, not yet not interesting in. We only focus on like a Gen Z, like in the game, in the Roblox type, or the like luxury brand, but still they're out there. 99% is the general consumers out there. Also like a general Web2 business, like a traditional business, and also we have a like for example, let's see, and then the like for example, a lot of the out there independent fashion designers out there, they want to join this metaverse opportunity, but they don't know how to do. So we are still in a like a huge effort to bring this Web2 traditional legacy ecosystem stakeholders to metaverse fashion ecosystem is our task. And also like we have like a technical difficulties, and then we need to like how to migrate from legacy Web2 and to digital Web3 fashion business integration. And still like some people like a digital only fashion can reduce something, but actually what we want is IRL sustainability. And then there is I'm really have a deeply involved in the real life sustainability for over 2 years. So I know about all the issues, what the effort, not just fashion, but in all industry. But there are some ways actually that we can bring this sustainability in like integrate with this kind of like metaverse fashion to the real life fashion by some way, and then we can have a very good. I think that today was a good like James talk about the NFC technology. So it can be used that kind of the RFID NFC can be like a supply chain management visibility, and then trace of the carbon generation, something like that can be one of the solution for that. And then we also need the ecosystem players should be integrated. Okay, so this is most recent before that Technavio like their research is about what will be the like metaverse fashion market, and then their expectation is $6.61 billion for up to in 4 years. So there will be a high rise of the growth in CSDR. So we still have something in the early stage, but will be accelerate in a few years. And then I talk about so what is the like a key players or something like that. And then you may I posted in my LinkedIn profile about the Adidas. They have like a Metaverse fashion like collections in the website, so you can look at it. And then there is a Nike as a new activities, and then also you know that some of the like Metaverse platform like Roblox or others, Pietro in South Korea, they all have a Metaverse fashion relations. So this is the good news to this community. And then I particularly I have deeper level understanding and involvement of the NFT, particularly that I mentioned that how actually the monetize your Metaverse fashion asset in using the NFT. Okay, so actually this is the one actually that I'm not going to detail, but this is the one architecture I designed, how you can manage your like digital garment, and then how it can be protect, and then how you can make generate an NFT, and then how you can make as a like security like the asset, and then how you can make them as a valuation, and how you make monetization. So but this is a default level understanding of the technology. I've been in 30 years in digital IT, so this is much familiar to me, but some of you may be not familiar with, but there is a way actually to systematically make this kind of platform to monetize, particularly for the Metaverse fashion assets like a garment or whatever that you generate. I'm not going to talk about sales, licensing, financing. That actually I had a series of the webinar recently about this topic, and then valuation is a issue, and particularly for the fashion that I'm interested in. That, for example, that the NFT can represent the asset values, but there is a lot of the like up to now there is also NFT market is only like art or some collectibles, PFP or something like the particular layers, but there is more and more utilities going on. As mentioned, that membership NFT is one of the utility of the NFT, and then it's going on that there will be more utilities, and then there will be like more ways actually to monetize rather than is particularly for this specific like area of the consumers, particularly area of some asset. So so that's my goal actually. How can I generalize these fashion, digital fashions, and then make a value, develop value for this fashion like a Metaverse asset, and then how can monetize. And then I was thinking about is that like a music, for example, music is a good industry that you know that there is a licensing of your music source, or whether it's a streaming or whatever, that is well defined. And then I was thinking about whether I can develop that kind of like well developed like monetization, revenue generating for this Metaverse fashion. This is my first concern and my concentration topic that I'm looking at. So I look at how actually generate NFT value. So I did a lot of the intensive research about this area, and then how actually they're utilizing this one in utilizing fintech. Usually in the Web3 they call like a decentralized financing system. So I'm looking at how actually they deploy this kind of the NFT monetization utilizing this kind of financial system. So this is the one thing that I've been working on it. And this is something that I generate interesting idea. It's actually the Phygital fashion design franchise that I would think about is that because in IRL is a fashion or retail or the restaurant, whatever, they have a franchise because a well-defined brand. Under brand, actually, they have like some typical type of the like business model, and then some of the like way to utilizing operating business model. So why not, like I'm particularly interested in the linking the digital and the physical through the physical, and then set like a form of the branding of the physical fashion, and then franchise it in the metaverse. So I think that it wasn't explored before. So I came up with the idea that I just put into in the patterns, like this kind of business model, and then actually the systems can support this kind of like a metaverse fashion filter, like a franchising. But I think that it can be done. Right? It's like some brand in the like a feature fashion, and then branding up, and then how to build the physical store, or the kind of all the element actually discussed today by the speakers in several sessions, and putting together under brand, like for example, Jens, you had the example of the under your name or some brand, and then making this like a physical fashion, and then providing system, operation method, business ways to the other people can operate in this one in the metaverse digital, and then also like in the physical. So I'm looking for some collaboration of this stuff. Okay, so this is some reference actually that I did it before several about metaverse fashion, and then some of the physical fashion. And then if you look at it, my YouTube, then all they are there, so you can look at it. Okay, so I will start now, and then I will show you one typical example that I advisor to this startup in South Korea. So Fame Universe is I'm an advisor, and then I have time to like a global promotion, and then basically that we share the same idea how to build this sustainable metaverse fashion, and then to reach out to from the like 99% in like independent designers, and then legacy fashion like a production or the fashion design in out there, and then also like include like a general public type consumers in fashion. So this is one. So just summarize everything about this Fame Universe. Okay, so I will explain more detail about, for example, business. So as I told you, interesting in connecting like Web 2 and legacy to the Web 3 metaverse is a mission, and they call like future digital and digital to physical, and then they are connected, hyper connected fashion metaverse. So so I've already talked about what the market opportunity or something like that. So I'm going detail about what they actually try to do, contribute to in the metaverse fashion is like bring, like I mentioned about like how to like protect and then create value for the independent designers, and then for everyday life users. So including like utilizing Web3 and other digital technology to combining two tiers of the creators for the independent designers and users, general public, and then how we can actually can combine together. That's the goal. And then to bring that actually there are 4 like tiers that can having for the building of this kind of the ecosystem. So the one thing is how you can, from the designer sketch to bring to your metaverse fashion. So they call meta studio. So it can be like a digitalized and then realized in the metaverse. And then using the NFT and then utilizing crowdfunding to like a co-creation type activities. So users can join with the designers, can co-create their garment. And then also like providing not just the digital, but including the physical, so Phygital marketplace can enable, and then utilizing it for a lot of the utilities, including like a game and other like a metaverse platform can be utilizing this kind of like a result of this collaboration between designers and the users. So up to now, I have like a fashion designer, 45+ designers, renowned designers already work with Fame. And we have more like 65 more will be. And then we including 140 like digitalized fashion resources. And then we generate a lot of the members to like more than 6,000 members already. And this is one example, but actually I'm not going to detail because we already touched this on how you can generate from the like a physical garment to the like digital and the fashion wear in the avatar in the metaverse. So this is one example to actually how actually transform from physical garment to digital garment. Okay, then and then this is like how much that we can progress in the producing this kind of the digital fashion artworks. And I think that you already seen this one in Sejun's presentation about the collaboration between the A-Form and the Fame universe. So I think that you already seen this one. This garment will be used in the avatar and can be used in any type of the like metaverse platform, like a Sandbox or the Gepetto or whatever that the Roblox can be in the interpol way to use it. And this is already shown. So this is one thing actually, the Launchpad actually can easily generate your digital garment and then render into the metaverse fashion through this like a Launchpad. And also they have like some way to actually you make easy to understanding user experience to generate this fashion metaverse. And then also they use for example, that it can be like an e-commerce platform and the marketplace, also like a NFT for the membership to like a Fame Pass is a membership then can join the community, like a DAO type community can co-create of this community. And then token economy used for like tokens to use as for the like value transfer in the metaverse fashion ecosystem. And then this is one, and the multi-art collaboration that digital artists and traditional fashion designers and even other area of music. You know that is a, for example, fashion show is a music is integral part of this fashion show. So music is a very important part of the fashion. So they can be combined together to like a new way to explore this kind of the metaverse fashion. And then, as I mentioned, that they can be used in the integrated games for like a new monetization with like a play-to-earn project or other ways like a play-X type to monetization. And then partnership with many famous fashion designers already. And then there are a lot of the fashion new coming designers to join. And so this is the famous like a Korean designers that the lineup with in Fame. So this is some examples of the famous fashion designers. And then actually I'm a part of their team as an advisor and then chief evangelist to promoting their business. Okay, so for there, Lord, that if you want to some information about some collaboration, then you can just send me email, or then you can connect to me in the LinkedIn and give me the assets. Okay, so thank you that I done that what I'd like to talk about today. And then, okay, so next two topic will be prerequisites, all about digital fashion in 3D design. Okay, so I will share my screen again. And then I will play it.
Hi, Alex, and everyone attending the Roadshow. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Afroja, and I'm the co-founder and head of 3D tech design at 3D Fashion Solutions. 3D Fashion Solutions is a team of expert apparel tech designers that provide 3D fashion services to fashion brands. Our end-to-end services include 3D product creation, digital marketing content, virtual fit consultation, and more. We help brands create better products and reach the market faster by implementing a 3D workflow in their product development cycle. The question that we hear very often in the fashion industry these days is, what is 3D fashion? While there are already a few explanations out there, I like to break it down in a way where someone outside of the fashion or the gaming industry can better understand it. 3D fashion designers will most likely tell you that digital fashion is a very new concept, but it's been around a lot longer than we think. Try to think of the first video gaming character ever. If they were wearing clothing, that too is considered digital fashion. The hype over digital fashion lately is because fashion companies are now using new technology to be able to design using 3D models instead of traditional 2D sketching. In order to understand what 3D fashion is, you first need to understand what a 3D model is. A 3D model is a 3D representation of an object or surface created using a polygonal mesh. Each polygon is created using vertices, edges, and a face. If you have ever seen a kid try to create a shape using those colorful triangle magnetic toys, try to think of it as that, but in a 3D software. Or as I sometimes like to describe it, imagine you were given a block of wax and were asked to carve the shape of a bunny only using triangle shapes. The more triangles you would carve into it, the more detail your bunny would have. In 3D fashion, the concept is the same. The more triangles you have in your polygonal mesh, the more detail your 3D garment will have. Then you can apply textures to that model, put it into a 3D scene, and apply realistic lighting to it. For a bunny, you might decide to apply a fur texture to its body. The reason why this has all become so revolutionary for the fashion industry is because it all involves math. I don't think people realize how much math is involved in fashion. We now have computer softwares that are able to combine the physics of the fabric and simulate it with gravity. When simulated, this gives a hyper-realistic drape to the polygonal mesh. So you combine the textures and physics of the fabric and you drape it onto a mannequin that has been created using the measurements of a real fit model. So now you're even talking about being able to fit in 3D. In the real world, we measure the model, we create a paper pattern based off of the model's measurements, we cut it in fabric and stitch it together to create the garment. Patterns have been digitized already for many years, so we're taking that pattern and putting it into the 3D software now. This allows us to have a true digital twin of the garment. You can then take that garment and make further adjustments or manipulate it. You can also apply different colorways or different artwork. You're even able to take the 3D garment and use it in advertising instead of traditional photography or videography footage. Now, does this always mean that you need the perfect pattern or fabric physics to create digital fashion? No, because video game developers have been creating digital fashion in more traditional ways like 3D modeling or sculpting. I've now mentioned several times that you use a 3D software to create digital fashion. One of the best softwares out there, and one that I use daily, is called Browseware vStitcher. Browseware vStitcher is used by well-renowned brands all over the world. Some of those brands include Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, and many more. Today, I would love to be able to show you a quick demonstration of what the process of creating digital fashion in Browseware vStitcher looks like. So let's get into it. As you can see, I have the Browseware vStitcher software open, and you have various different windows to work with. We've got the 2D pattern window and 3D window where my avatar is. And then you have a whole toolbar full of tools to work with as well. In the 2D tab, you have your patterns listed. You have a materials tab where all your materials will live. There's a 3D tab where your avatars and snapshots are. In my materials tab, I don't have any material applied to my current patterns, so I can go to the Browseware library, and they have a selection of knit and woven fabrics or other special materials. So we're going to download a single jersey fabric to apply to our pattern pieces. Then I can go to the arrange window and arrange the patterns onto the avatar's body. And if you hit prepare, you will see those pattern pieces prepared onto the avatar. And you can move them around in the 3D window as well. So I'm moving them down to where they should be. And then we can go to our stitch tool. So you can stitch in the 3D window or in the 2D window. And if you have symmetry in the pattern pieces, you don't need to do twice the amount of stitching. So here you can see me doing some stitching in the 3D window. If I hit dress, that dresses the garment onto the avatar's body. And if I select the knit material, you can go to the physics and see what the content is and the weight, and you have all these different options for the physics that you can manipulate if you want to. I don't have a neckband for this yet, so you can also do pattern drafting in the program. So right now I'm measuring the neckline, and with my insert tool, I'm going to insert a rectangle shape for that neckband.
And we're going to set the grid for it. The grid is what determines how many polygons you want basically in that pattern piece. So we're arranging it on the avatar's neck. And we're going to stitch it to the body. And I'm turning her because sometimes it's tricky to understand on the flat pattern piece what order I should stitch in, so the 3D window helps me in that case. Now you can see that we do need to apply some shrink to that neckband edge. And shrink can sometimes act as like an elastic, or when you're stitching a neckband together, it gives that some reinforcement. I can also edit the pattern pieces right in the 2D window, so I can increase the length of it to turn this into a dress. So all pattern manipulation can be done within VStitcher. I forgot to stitch that sleeve seam, so I'm going to do that. And you always want to update your simulation when you do any additional changes. I can go back to my library and select a different fabric if I wanted to at any moment. And just replace the current one with that easily without having to apply it to every single piece. And update the simulation. I can also add in different prints. So this is an AI artwork. And with the AI artwork, I can recolor it within VStitcher as well. So I'm going to group it. I can change the size of the repeat as well. And I'm going to go in here and update some of the colors. So it's a really great tool if you're a designer and you want to test out different colors on the garment. We also have the pressure and tension map. So if you're fitting in the program, you can see if some areas are too tight or pressed up against the body. Here's the tension map. And if you open up the tension map, that's where you see the mesh of the garment. You can also edit the lighting in the 3D space, since we can render from VStitcher. And you can render it as a 3D, you can export it as a 3D object to import into other programs, or a 2D image. Thank you so much for taking the time to learn about what 3D fashion is with me, and about how you can create it using Browseware VStitcher. I hope that now you have a more clear understanding of what it is, and maybe you're even inspired in joining me in this revolution in the fashion industry. Take care, everyone.
Thanks, Afroja. Okay, fantastic video. A lot of the information. Okay, so the final one is this kind of how actually the designers using this kind of tools and their creative to generate a lot of the fashion design. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laugesen. I'm a director at Global Rise Group Company. And today I'm going to talk about innovative 3D digital fashion design. First of all, I would like to tell you a few words about our company. Global Rise Group Company, for 6 years working at the US market. We have experience working with such big companies and corporations as Johnson & Johnson and a range of their brands in terms of design. But we are a technological company interested in innovations, searching for new spheres and directions. Today, we work on the three following directions. First one, it's marketing. It's concept and strategy, digital advertising, and audience engagement. Second one, it's design. It's digital fashion, avatars, architecture, NFTs, and so on. And the third one is e-commerce. We help business with development and integration on various platforms. Talking about digital transformation of fashion industry, its opportunities and prospects, I would like to emphasize three key points. First one, its benefits for society and environment, which lies in sustainability of the digital clothes. It also lies in approach of using digital clothes items for content creation. It's all that's connected with reduce of overproduction and so on. Second one, it's benefits for each person, because it is a freedom of self-expression for avatars and users, and also for designers that may create some digital fashion items which are really fantastic, that can't even exist in the real world and in the real form. And that also helps to create a community around this idea. And their third one, it's about business. Because among the discussion about replacement of physical fashion by digital fashion, I'm sure that they just complement each other, and digital fashion is just one more additional direction for development, because it is really closely connected with development of Metaverse. And in accordance with the latest McKinsey report, more than 15% of corporate revenues will come from the Metaverse in the nearest 5 years. Talking about our digital fashion services, we have a team of high qualified and talented specialists which complement each other and create a complete product. Among them are 3D fashion designers, physical fashion designers, technical engineers, and marketing specialists. In general, we can divide our digital fashion services into two big directions. Our first one is B2B. We create 3D models for brands in accordance with their sketches and references. And second one, we help startups and new brands to create their collections from the scratch. If necessary, our team allows to create full cycles, starting from the creation of a 3D model to production of real physical items if needed. We also help with development of concept, development of 3D models of digital clothes items. We also create a design and technical package for production of some real samples if needed. Also, we help with marketing strategy, ideological concept, create
and find target audience based on this concept, choose the right marketing tools, for example, platforms, social media, and what's really important, we help to create the community around the brand. The second direction is B2C, and our designers create their own digital clothes and their own creations. And our team, having a progressive view of the future, is full with innovative ideas and creative energy to implement them. That's why we decided to create our own clothes collection. The concept of the collection lies in the future man's wardrobe with technologies that serve the development and prosperity of the civilization. It has some specific ideological concepts and audience already formed on the base of this idea. That is why everything that left is just to present this collection and this new brand. Collection elements will be created both as NFTs and as digital clothes items for Metaverse. And some of them might be also produced in a physical form if needed. So that's our way to show the connection between digital fashion and physical fashion. So having the community and fans, we can really build a new global fashion brand. And our collection will be ready in a month, and then we will be ready to provide more information about our ideological concept and some visual part. So for everyone interested, please join my LinkedIn, and I would be really glad to share all our updates with you. And meanwhile, we would like to demonstrate you some of our previous works examples of digital fashion items. And one thing that I would like also to add that is supposed to be really important in that trends, they are really fast passing. Bitcoins, NFTs, Metaverse, anything else. But the main thing is the ability to create a community, and a community that will both inspire and bring some monetization. So thank you all for your time and for your attention. If anyone has questions, I'm open to answer and would be glad to answer them. So please contact me via LinkedIn. I'm always open for communication. So let's keep in touch and chat.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we done all, and finally, actually, James, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Oh no, James. I mean the James in the CEO of the Fame Universe.
Similar. Jens.
Let me check whether he is here. Because he sent me a message that he now in super maybe out now, so it may be better that he show and present what I present on behalf of him, but he is the CEO in charge of the Fame Universe. So it may be better to he can introduce about the Fame Universe and greet each other. Okay, so I think that we're done. Actually, the if anyone to talk about further, then we can stay maybe 10 or 20 minutes more. So is there anyone to have some comment or the final things to talk about? Anything you want to share? Nobody? I'll wait a few minutes whether James can join.
I raised my hand, but I guess you didn't see it. Yeah, I just remember somebody was mentioning how important is storytelling. It's very important. You know, they used it for their advertisement, you know, to promote their fashion. Very important. I personally participated in a couple of NFT projects, writing the lore for them. One of them actually has a plot and sandbox and working on it. Another one wrote the book. And, you know, that's also engaged the community. And I feel like everybody should think about storytelling. And great point about storytelling.
Oh, you know, that was I had a webinar before, and then there was editor. Editor is Indian like based like a metaverse fashion expert, and then his topic was storytelling in metaverse fashion. So I recommend you look at some of my YouTube video has his presentation. And so I think that it may be a good opportunity how you the storytelling and regarding metaverse fashion. He is a really expertise in the storytelling area. And I remember so another fashion designer also talk about intensely with the storytelling in metaverse fashion. So maybe if you look at my LinkedIn profile, that in there is a link to my whole videos that recorded from my previous webinar and event in YouTube. So I recommend you look at it. Okay, so James, are you there?
Oh, yes, actually, I'm here.
Yeah. So James is a CEO of Fame Universe. He's so busy, so I think he cannot join today, but fortunately he joined. So you know that there is a question. If you look at the chat, that I think that you are a better position to like Jen's ask about. Jen is a famous fashion designer based in UK. So
okay.
Hello.
Jens, can you greet with James and?
I will. Yeah, I'm just putting on my camera now. Hello, James. Nice to meet you.
Hello. How are you?
Very good. Yeah.
How are you?
The presentation about your work. I think it's quite interesting. I was wondering, do you have any alignment with like physical garments production and distribution too, alongside the digital side? Because I think that is always the pain point, you know, to have the convergence between the two. You know, I'm a traditional fashion designer from the classical world, was training couture and had my brand for 6 years in London Fashion Week, and I'm considering relaunching in a phygital manner. But I think it's really important because many designers, they just go into the digital, but to have the convergence between the two. So I'm looking for a structure where I have both things at the same time, not that I have, you know, it's not, so it's kind of integrated. I think in the future, if it can be more integrated between the two, it can be really, really interesting. That's what was my question.
Yes, I do agree because and you know before that, you know, thank you so much, you know, our dearest you know, advisor Alex Lee, you know, for the beautiful presentation. Actually, I was, you know, within the, you know, the video call, but you know, thank you so much. And also I heard you know, very good presentation from, you know, the other, you know, projects, including, you know, our Mr. Yunjia Laugesen. Yes, actually, you know, to have a, you know, brief, you know, history telling about our project. Our project started, you know, from 2 years ago, And actually, it was the era where many types of projects were only focusing on the Web3, and crypto, and
Yeah.
token plays and investment in rewards. And we were kind of very skeptical on that, because the strongest linkage between Web2 and Web3 should be the necessities, and which will produce the long-term business lifespan, and the long tail strategies. Because actually I am from the Web2 investment and strategic global marketing, also including 10 years investment experience with my family business, a fashion brand, the ready-to-wear brand,
Okay, so
which
you know the ins and out
participated.
of the traditional, yeah.
Yes, the participated the London Fashion Week, Shanghai Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, Milan Fashion Week, and Seoul Fashion Week. And the industrial pain points, as we all know, that counterfeits, fakes, and no other way to protect the designers valued assets. NFT came, and and we pinched the point that then what if we could utilize the NFTs as a strong tool and mechanism, and also build up a ecosystem strongly linked in between the Web2 and Web3, not only just the creators but also those already existing customers, at least the customers who can use the barcode, who can use QR code, who can use the digital wallets. Because as we know that there are tons of genius people developing the tech more accessible to those people who have not yet the multiple or full experience with crypto or digital wallets, because it is more like a Web1, Web2 era. People will know, and people will be acquainted with how to utilize the crypto, how to utilize the NFT. So let them develop. We focus on the values. We focus on the products and services. And yes, as you have mentioned, that I do also have the experience, like 10 years experience, even though I'm not a designer, but we know how it goes. And we know there are many types of issues and pain points, which already the creators have been gone through. And Fame is there, and we have a bunch of business models ahead, but our spearhead model is the launchpad. The launchpad is more like a Kickstarter model. For example, we have launchpad ready and to be starting in one or 2 months, in collaboration with a marketplace platform called One Planet, strongly backed by Polygon Network, so that designers, whether they are renowned like you or the young and uprising designers, if they are to present their new type of collections, and they need a fund for the physical productions, and what if NFTs could be the tool to have the crowdfund model, while the original and authentic designs are being protected by the blockchain network, and strongly powered by the global network with the fandom. So designers can easily digitally unveil their new collection, because we do the full service for the designers, and we do the marketings and promotions to get the fun done for the actual production of the new collection. That's what the Fame Fashion Launchpad are for. And up until now, we have 60 plus renowned designers who have worked with famous Korean celebrities like BTS, Blackpink. I don't know whether we all know them or not. And also I am above the ages, but anyway, they have good careers. And also we are having the joint venture established in Singapore right now. Is 5:45 a.m. in Singapore. I am in Singapore right now because also I'm having the speech tomorrow. It is called Asia Neo Art Festival. And also the digital artist Nicole Buffett is coming too as a speaker. And the reason why I'm making this speech at the event is that not only just focusing on the fashion designers, but also there are tons of artists out there, tons of artists who can collaborate with fashion designers, because in the end, the monetization is the key issue, while protecting the authenticity and originality of the fashion designs, right? So we are here to open up the very collaborative platform opportunities for those genuine or digital artists to get on board, to have the collaborative digital garments collaboration with fashion designers, and to gather the crowd fund and to show the world and get the fund, get the physical garments, so that the people would have the physical experience, as all of the beautiful speakers have already mentioned. So this is the slogan or mission or the vision of the fame. Yes, in a simple way. Right.
So I actually know quite well South Korea. I have been working in Seoul for a year. I was like a consultant for LG, a fashion corporation at the time. Yeah.
Beautiful.
One of their local luxury brand was called Mark at the time. I don't think it exists anymore, but I was like a creative director consultant for them. So I'm quite familiar with the Korean market. Very dynamic, and I really love a lot because it has it's the aesthetic and the philosophy is a little bit like Scandinavia. Because I'm Danish, I think it's quite sophisticated, the Korean style. You can definitely feel the level of sophistication. So I think it's really interesting what you're proposing. I'm myself considering launching like a Phygital project in London Fashion Week in February. So, but in a very small scale, artisan production of the pieces, and I'm trying to find collaborators to help me with the digital assets for the events. So I'm talking to different partners at the moment, but it's interesting.
And also, for the last word, in addition, is that fame would not be the project to compete with the multiple beautiful genius digital studios or fashion designers. We are the aggregator. We will open up the platform for whichever artist who have which kind of talents would be on board, so that let the world know, let the Web2 people and Web3 people know that fashion will be the key for the mass adoption. The mass adoption is very easy and simple. In Chinese words, we say, let's say the clothings, to eat, and to live. Three things are the essential ones. Same as Metaverse. Okay. Let's say, do not deny the people from Web2 to easily dive into Web3. It's just a matter of time. Okay.
Yeah, it's time.
So, yeah, and the metaverse is not the playground for only the youngsters. There are parents. They are ready to pour in their assets. They are ready to pay for the assets. They are ready to invest. So why not shake hands, or along with the parents, along with the already existing generation with the deep pockets? Let's say, okay, you shop the digital NFTs, physical garments are being delivered. Or sometimes we can translate into like this. Okay, shop the physical garments, and the NFTs are being delivered to your wallet. It's simple as that. So we look for the mass adoptions, and we are very, very, very open to work with all of the beautiful genius projects, insightful projects. So we are open here, and I just go back and forth from Seoul and Singapore. So I'll be 24 hours ready. So whenever there are beautiful projects or any type of proposals, just let me know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the talk.
Fantastic. Actually, my initial motivation to design this roadshow actually was that I know about the Fame's mission, the building of the global metaverse fashion ecosystem to, as you mentioned, to bring the legacy and Web2 out there 99% of the fashion industry, bring into the metaverse fashion to, and then join with all the stakeholders designers and the users gather together as a community. And then I think that today we have all speakers gather together with the ecosystem to build to end to end. And I think that I think that it's good to Jens to collaborate with James about I think that is a typical type, actually the nice collaboration, because Jens is a traditional designer that actually we talked before this like a Roadshow, and then I mentioned, oh, you're the traditional designer we're looking for. So I will make a LinkedIn in like a message that connect both of you to collaborate.
Fantastic.
Like fame cross gems. And then you can continue to discuss about this collaboration and generate a fantastic thing can happen from this.
Our honor.
Right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you to everyone. I think that Anna, you're still there. Anna, I really thank you to you. You are the champion of today. So I really like you, the active participation. Actually, my webinar or Roadshow, all the event it's like, because I liked community and then work together, like co-creation, whatever. So this Roadshow will not be successful without, not just for the speakers, without like you, active participation. So thank you very much. And others like, we start in my time, 12, is now nearly 5, so 5 hours. So
good morning.
Yeah, it's kind of the longest day for the matter of fashion. So thank you to everyone stay up to this late time. So some maybe the James, you're just get up. It's early morning, and somebody like James, you need to go to bed, right? So,
not yet.
Yeah, I need to go to dinner. So I couldn't have any lunch. So anyway, thank you for participate today's fantastic Roadshow, all speakers and participants. As I mentioned, that just let me know about if you want interest in get the minting of redeem this Roadshow membership NFT. So I will give you that information to how you actually redeem your NFT, and then through this NFT you can keep connect with the speakers and other participants. Okay, so
thank you
to everyone. Yep. If anyone to final comment? No? Okay. Okay, thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.